A very good morning to the respected chairperson and distinguished members of this August House. I am Abdul Azim from MBGR College of Engineering, and I am here to present my views on 50 years of emergency and the lessons for Indian democracy. The emergency period on the 1975, as we all know that it is the most defining is the more defining chapters in our constitutional instruction, as it tested the spirit resilience and strength of the Indian constitution. And in our constitution, we have three types of emergencies. One is the national emergency, which is under the Article 352, and we have the financial emergency, which is under the Article 360, and the President's rule, which is under Article 356. As we are moving to Viksit Bharat 2047, the democracy should be our strongest foundation. And I do believe that is Loktantra. And the lessons we learned from 50 years of emergency is importance of strong and independent institutions and accountability of leadership and protection of fundamental rights. As during the emergency period from 1975 to 1977, for nearly 21 months, there were detained for the leaders who rose the voice against Indira Gandhi. They were detained and got arrested. Thousands of members got arrested, and the civilians who have fundamental rights, they were cancelled, and who rose the voice got arrested, and even the very famous political leaders have been detained for acting against Indira Gandhi. And the press and media got censorship, and they were also arrested if some of them have written anything against Indira Gandhi. And after the elections are restored in 1977, which brought the Indian democracy into a strongest form. And I do believe is the democracy not just making the economic growth, but it is bringing as the leader is appointed by the public. So the leader must be responsibly following what he have given in his oath. Like he have to like what he have promised, he have to be completing everything within his time period. And I do believe is strong democracy is equivalent to Viksit Bharat. So to achieve Viksit Bharat 2047, we have to be making more stronger foundation in democracy. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
respected dignitaries and members and my co-young leaders, a very good morning. I am K. Bhadrashri from MVGR College of Engineering. I stand before you to speak a few words about the most important topic of democracy, that is 50 years of emergency and lessons for Indian democracy. And first, a long back ago, on June 25, 1975, night, India did not heard the bombs, but it heard the silence. The silence from the fear, but not from the peace. And today we gathered here to not blame, but to remember and to learn from the past. Because the history which is not ignored, the history which is ignored will be repeated again. In 1975, Indira Gandhi declared emergency of 352 article citing internal disturbances. This was followed and triggered by the Allahabad High Court, which was invalidated her election for 21 months. This involves civil liberties like freedom of speech, freedom to speak were suspended, and press was censored, and the fear replaced the debate. The most important leaders like Atal Bihari Vajpayee and L.K. Advani were imprisoned in the landmark of Shukla case, and habeas corpus was denied. The state felt silent and unstrengthened itself by but the democracy again come back by the 42nd amendment of constitution, which is called mini constitution, expanded executive power and judicial review. So thank you.
Good morning, respected judges, teachers, and my dear friends. This is Devika Bobili standing before you to speak about an important chapter in the constitutional and political history of India, that is 50 years of emergency and its lessons for Indian democracy. The Constitution provides special provisions called emergency provisions, which allow the government to take extraordinary measures during the time of crisis. These emergencies are of three types. They are national emergency, president's rule, and financial emergency. National emergency comes under Article 352. President's rule comes under Article 356, and financial emergency comes under Article 360. Article 360. On 25th June 1975, the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi declared national emergency as citing internal disturbance. The country was facing political unrest, economic difficulties, and strong opposition led by Jayaprakash Narayan. During this period, many people faced many problems. Some of them are fundamental rights such as freedom of speech and expression were restricted. Opponents were arrested without trial. Third is the press was censored. Fourth is newspapers had to get government approval before publishing news. Criticism of the government was not allowed, and strict discipline was imposed in public life. In the year 1977, The emergency has lasted, and the Janata Party came into power and ruled the government by Morarji Desai. The lessons that we learned after 50 years of emergency were democracy is not just about the elections. It is about protecting our freedoms and rights every day. Constitutional powers must be used responsibly and carefully. And third is strict institutions and public awareness are more important to prevent the misuse of authority. And freedom must not be taken for granted. Emergency was also tells that democracy is not about just for ruling. It is about giving law and order, providing law and order. And importantly, emergency in the time of emergency, it states that rule of law is more important than the rule of the government. Rule of law is more important. And Janata Party came into power. And defeated the ruling government. Freedom must not be taken for granted. Everyone should follow the rules and regulations followed by the government. And democracy is vigilance must be taken for vigilance. And thank you.
Good morning, my dear citizens. Let me start with a real-time example. Okay, imagine this. You are sleeping right now, and in the tomorrow morning, you wake up to the reality in which you open your social media accounts for the updates. But you see only the news regarding the government, which is favorable to the government, but not the information which is accurate and precise. Imagine one thing. You are completely under the leadership of a special team which is not respecting your decisions. What is democracy? The democracy is nothing but, in my terms, is nothing but electing the body which works for the people and by the people. The democracy is not given by the people, the government. It should be given by the people itself. And the thing is that this is not a situation. This is exact story which was happened in 1975 under the government. And then the media was put into censorship, in which we never received any update regarding the real-time situations. Only we have got the updates regarding the government special things, such as always praising the government and other things. And under my thinking and my ideology, there are three autonomous bodies in any country which should not work with the government. But at the time of emergency, those three bodies also worked along with the government. The three bodies are Legislative Council, which is judiciary, and the second autonomous body is Election Commission, and even the Election Commission also praised the government at the time. And coming to the third aspect of the autonomous body, Right to Information Act. And you know what? At the time of emergency period, even the government did not oppose the situation and the position of the government which the decisions are being taken. So it's not an easy task. That simply I can say only one thing. We the students, we have parents, right? And when we take a decision, if something like they suppress us, we will feel bad, right? So based on the context only, if the power is not delivered exactly, the power might be in a stage of misuse, in which we will face a severe consequences. With this, I would like to conclude that we had learned 5 lessons of democracy at the time of emergency period. So based on those 5 lessons, now we are aiming for Vikasit Bharat at 2047, in which we need to look for the media, freedom of media. Now, the day we can post freely on Instagram or social media pages regarding the updates which we are getting, and we are not supposed to remove the post which are not relatable to us. And coming to the second point, citizens are electing the people based on their desired interest and welfare of the society. And coming to the third aspect, the citizens are respectively working for the development of India for Vikasit Bharat 2047. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you so much.
Respected dignitaries,
Hold. 1 second.
Instruction to all participants. First thing is the evaluation is based on a couple of aspects which you were already informed. So please look at those aspects. Content relevance, clarity and structure, verbal communication and body language, innovation and creativity, language and fluency, adherence to time. So these are the 6 criteria in which evaluation is being done. And please introduce yourself. Tell your name and the institution from which you are coming. Okay?
Someone is messaged that some disturbance is here actually, but while coming to a public competition, those are the things you have to be adjusted, Amma, because because they want to see what is going on here. So please be prepared for that thing actually. Okay, na? So please be patient with those things and give your best. Okay, thank you.
respected dignitaries, good morning to all. Myself, I am Vinanti. I am from MBGR College of Engineering. Today I stand before you to speak about a topic, not just a chapter, but a powerful lesson to every Indian citizen. Emergency was declared in June 25th, 1975 and exactly ends at March 21st, 1977. At that time, our democracy has faced one of its toughest tests. Our fundamental rights were suspended. Our press freedom was restricted, and political leaders are imprisoned, and voice of dissent went silent. But today, we are not here to criticize the past. We are here to learn lessons from it. Democracy is not just an elections. It is the rule of law, independent judiciary, freedom of speech, and power of accountability. The emergency reminded us even the strongest democracy can be weakened at one point. When the power of accountability, power without accountability becomes authority. When the press went silent, when the citizens are afraid to speak, the democracy loses its heartbeat. Freedom of expression is the soul of democracy. The emergency reminded us importance of constitutional safeguards. It tells us certain fundamental rights cannot be suspended easily. As the youth of India, we are not just a future leaders, we are present stakeholders. Our democracy survives only when the citizens are active, awake, and responsible. Because democracy does not die in one day, it slowly weakens. So we must ask ourselves, are we informed voters? Are we responsible citizens? Are we protecting our fundamental rights? So
In 1977, the people of India proved that the power does not lies in the hands of the rulers; it lies in the hands of the people. So, the lessons we learn from this is respect dissent, safeguard constitutional laws, and strengthen institution. Participate in nation-building events. In conclusion, the democracy was a darkest chapter, but it a powerful lesson. So it tells us democracy is not self-sustaining. It should be protected by every generation. So as youth of India, we should take responsible, and we have to ensure that such a period never repeats again. Thank you.
In the night of June 25, 1975, India did not witness a war, but what happened shook the pillars of our democracy. It is important to remember that this was not the first emergency in India. India had faced two emergencies earlier, one during the 1962 Indo-China War and the other during the Indo-Pakistan War of 1975. Then, why is the 1975 emergency very different? Good morning everyone, I am Shweta from AU College of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Now, I will be sharing my insights on the topic 50 years of emergency, lessons for Indian democracy. More than a century ago, Abraham Lincoln gave the world a definition that still guides every democratic nation. He said that democracy is government of the people, by the people and for the people. And this ideal is what India truly embraced after adopting its constitution in 1950. But 50 years ago, this very ideal came under its toughest test. The emergency was declared by then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi under Article 352 of our Constitution. What followed was a 21-month period that remains as one of the most debated and defining chapters in the Indian political history. The press was censored, fundamental rights were suspended, political opponents were arrested, and ladies and gentlemen, one of the darkest chapters of this period is the mass sterilization campaign, where thousands of people are forced into sterilization in the name of population control. For a nation that had always taken pride in being the world's largest democracy, this was more than a political crisis. It was a moment of deep constitutional strain. Yet, we are remembering it today for one reason. Because the emergency taught India lessons that shaped the future of our country. The first and strongest lesson India learned was that people's freedom can never be at the mercy of any government. After the emergency, Article 20 and 21 were suspended under 44th Amendment Act 1978. The emergency led to the landmark judgment in the India's constitutional history, the Keshav Nanda Bharti case, which ruled that no parliament, no leader, no majority can destroy the core principles of our constitution. During the emergency, the judiciary faced immense pressure. After 1977, the courts grew stronger, public interest litigations increased, judicial activism expanded, and the Supreme Court became a true guardian of the Constitution. The 1977 elections proved something historic. Despite censorship, despite pressure, the people of India spoke with one voice. They removed the very government that had imposed the emergency. This was a message to every future leader that no government can survive without the public trust. And above all, ladies and gentlemen, emergency taught us one timeless truth, that democracy is not just a system, it is a promise that must be protected every single day by our institutions, our governments, our courts, and most importantly, by us, we, the people of India. Let us live up to the words of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who told that India is the mother of democracy and democracy is in the blood of every Indian. Let us ensure that our democracy is not just world's largest, but world's strongest. As we stand 50 years after the emergency, Let us remember that लोकतंत्र केवल एक व्यवस्था नहीं है, यह हमारी पहचान है और जब तक भारत की जनता जागरूक रहेगी तब तक हमारी लोकतंत्र अटूट रहेगा। जय संविधान, जय भारत, जय हिंद।
Good morning, respected jury and respected members. My name is Ashok Teza from JNTU College of Engineering. Today, I will speak about the past emergency as a policy lesson for the present. So, if I just want to reframe the emergency as a 50 years ago, India experienced the emergency. It was declared openly with signatures, with authority, and rights were suspended, voices were silenced, institutions were weakened, the chapter is closed, but the emergency is not, in my opinion. So if I may ask a different question to all you the people, emergency only happens when government announces them? No, in my opinion, it happens without declarations, without dates, or without laws. If I may answer, if I may relate it with the current existed world, so look around the world, there is the Russian-Ukraine war, and there is the Israel-Gaza conflict, and there are so many conflicts in the parts of West Asia. So wars do not only destroy the cities, but the governance also changes. So if these wars and crises happens, government often says that security first, stability first, freedom later. But slowly surveillance is increases and the media is being restricted and the emergency parts become routine. So when which is a completely similar with the situation what happens in the 1975. So in the name of stability, today also extraordinary powers like the powerful nations are justified in the name of security. The language has changed, but the risk has not been completely changed. So what development, what democracies try to do, in my opinion, is that to clear the set clear sunset clauses, maintaining the judicial review as the respected member is saying, and protected the independent media, and most importantly, invest in the policy research before the decisions. So they treat emergency as exceptions, not governance models. So, but India does not only experience the emergency, but today also it is being suffering with so many issues like global instability, cyber war, and economic shocks. So these pressures test democracy without announcing the emergency. So the real lesson of emergency is that how good the policy, how calm the policy in the conflict situations also. So to the policy makers from this stage, what I am trying to say is that, build the institutions that think ahead and use the data, not the emotion, and protect liberty even under pressure also. So that is what I would like to say to the policy makers. And to the youth like us, I would like to say that emergency is not a political event, it is a governance stress test. The question is that what was right then? It is a government fault or it is a people fault? So are we designing the systems? Are we voting to the systems that remain democratic even during the crisis also? So as a closing to the honorable respected jury members and to the people, to the respected members, so 50 years ago, emergency thought what was happens when power outruns institutions. Today, wars teach us something else, that the greatest danger to democracy is not conflict, but unexamined control during the conflict. If we learn this simple thing, then India will not just survive the crisis, but it will lead through the world also. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning, respected jury and my dear friends present here. Myself, Ashita Rani Mahanti from MVGR College of Engineering.
And today I am here to share my views on 50 years of emergency, a lesson for lessons of Indian democracy. So let me start with a question. What would happen if one day your fundamental rights were suddenly taken away? And what if newspapers were silent, the leaders were prisoned, and there is no voice for citizens to talk? This is not imagination. This happened in India on the night of 25th June 1975 when Prime Minister Indira Gandhi advised the President to declare a national emergency under Article 359 of Indian Constitution, citing internal disturbance. This emergency lasted for 21 months from 1975 to 1977. The immediate trigger was the judgment of the Allahabad High Court, which declared Indira Gandhi's 1971 elections invalid due to the electoral malpractice. Instead of resigning, the government invoked emergency powers. Fundamental rights were suspended under Article 359. Citizens could not approach courts for enforcement of their rights. And secondly, the Maintenance of Internal Security Act. Thousands of opposition leaders were arrested without trial. Freedom of speech under Article 19(1)(a) was restricted. Press censorship was imposed. So the turning point in 1977, elections were announced. The people exercised their universal adult franchise and voted against the authoritarian rule. So finally, I would like to conclude that the emergency was a dark chapter, but it was also a test of India's democratic spirit. It reminds us that democracy is not just about elections, it is about liberty, accountability, rule of law, and active citizenship. As we mark 50 years of emergency, let us remember democracy survives not because it is perfect, but because people are working. Thank you.
What is more powerful? A constitution written in ink or a citizen willing to defend it? On the night of 1975, 25th June, India confronted that question, ladies and gentlemen. At the streak of midnight, under the Article 352, the state of emergency was declared by the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. And for 21 months, India experiences something rare in its democratic journey, and I would call it as a constitutional eclipse. Civil liberties were suspended, fundamental rights was restricted, and opponent political leaders was detained, and the press conference censorship was imposed. Especially in ADM Jabalpur case, where even life to life matters to debate. And the newspapers carried a blank editorials as if silence itself has been printed. Honorable jury and my fellow young parliamentarians, my name is Rohit Kumar from Centurion University. As a young citizen of India today, I'm not merely see this emergency as a political episode in the history, but a constitutional mirror. And India witnessed 3 emergencies earlier in 1962 and 1971, which has tested our borders, armed forces in the military, and in 1975, which is far more delicate, it's our own democracy. And after 50 years later, the emergency teaches 3 enduring lessons for us. And firstly, the institutions never depend on personalities. As Dr. B.R. Ambedkar cautioned, the constitutional morality doesn't apply automatically. It must be cultivated. And second thing is the constitution, what is the emergency remind us that democracy does not collapse dramatically. It erodes quietly as a rust in an iron. When a dissent fades, the democracy weakens. When fear replaces the debate and it becomes vigilant. So vigilance is the very important in the second lesson. Yet here lies the remarkable part of our history. In 1977, when elections was restored, the Indian people not responded with the violence, but simple a vote. No revolution, no chaos, just a ballot. What's the lesson for India today? As we build the Viksit Bharat in 2047, we must ask ourselves, can a nation truly be developed if its democracy is fragile? Can economic growth replace the civil liberty? And can progress survive without accountability? As we build the Vikasit Bharat 2047, we can see this. The emergency is not the darkest hour, and it is a finest teacher of every citizen in India. And with this, I conclude, the democracy is not a privilege, it's our responsibility. As we begin the constitution, we, the people of India, which means ask the question responsibly, and we people to remain vigilant, and we people to engage and to participate to build the developed nation in 2047. Let us remind you all, लोकतंत्र केवल व्यवस्था नहीं, ये हमारा विश्वास है. जय हिंद.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jeevna, proudly representing MVGR College. Today, I am not just here to deliver a speech. I am here to take you back 50 years, where silence replaced voices, fear replaced freedoms, and where democracy was put on silence. What if tomorrow morning when you woke up and your phone has no news, no social media, no voice, no elections, no government criticism? Sounds impossible, right? But exactly 50 years ago, this happened in India. On the night of June 25th, 1975, our Indira Gandhi has declared a national emergency. And in a single announcement, the world's largest democracy has stopped breathing. During those 21 months, fundamental rights were suspended, freedom of speech were censored, newspapers were censored, opposition leaders were jailed, elections were suspended. Elections were suspended. Democracy didn't just disappear, it was silenced. How could this possibly happen in our democratic country? In 1975, in Allahabad court, our Indira Gandhi has practiced and unpracticed and she practiced an unfair elections in 1971. So the court asked her to cancel her elections, and the court said that she couldn't remain as prime minister. So instead of resigning, she declared democracy. So opposition leaders were protesting against the government. When opposition leader Major Narayan Rao has protesting against the government, there was internal disturbance happening around the government, where protests are happening. So under Article 365, the emergency was declared. During those 21 months, many people were remained silent, so protests were happening. Thank you.
A very pleasant morning to the respected dignitaries who are present here and my dear friends. I, B. Kusmapriya of MBA second year, JNTU GV College of Engineering. As we reflect 50 years since the emergency of 1975, we revisit a period that tested the strength of Indian democracy. Declared on 25th June 1975 by then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, the emergency led to suspension of fundamental rights, press censorship, and arrest of opposition leaders. It was a time when the democratic spirit of India faced one of its toughest challenges. Yet today, India stands strong. The resilience itself is the biggest lesson. The lessons of emergency. Democracy requires strong institutions. Judiciary, media, and parliament must remain independent and fearless. Fundamental rights are non-negotiable. After the emergency, the 44th Amendment strengthened safeguards to prevent misuse of power. Power must be accountable. True leaders respect limitations imposed by law. At this point, it is meaningful to remember that our university carries the name of the great reformer and poet GURAJADA Apparao Garu. He famously said that Deshamante matti kadoi, Deshamante manushuloy. This powerful line reminds us that democracy is not about buildings of parliament and the written text alone. It is about the people, their dignity and their freedom. If Desha means people, then protecting people's rights is the highest duty of the government. The emergency teaches us that when people's voices are restricted, the very essence of Desham is suspended. Youth Responsibility and Vikasit Bharat 2047. As youth participating in Vikasit Bharat Youth Parliament, we must understand a developed India is not just economically strong, it must be democratically mature. GURAJADA Garu believed in progressive thought. Today, progressive citizenship means informed participation, ethical leadership, respect for constitutional values, and courage to question respectfully. In conclusion, the emergency of 1975 was a constitutional test, but it also proved the resilience of Indian democracy. As a student of JNTU GV GURAJADA VIZIANAGARAM, we carry forward the legacy of GURAJADA Apparao Garu, a legacy that reminds us that nation lives in its peace. Let us ensure that never again are the voice of people are silenced. Let us build an India where democracy is not feared but celebrated. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chairperson and respected members of this House. My name is Navin Gongada, Department of Management Studies, JNTU GV VIZIANAGARAM. Democracy is not the system of government. It is the voice of the people and the protection of their rights. History reminds us even the strongest democracy can face difficult situations. One such situation occurred on 25th June 1975 when national emergency was declared by the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi under the provision of Constitution. As we mark 50 years, it is important us to reflect as what are the situations faced. Before going to the historic event, the Constitution of India provides three kinds of emergencies. The first one is national emergency, which is declared during the wars, external aggression, and armed rebellion. The second one is state emergency, which is also known as President's Rule, was declared when the constitution machinery of the state fails. And the third one is financial emergency, which is declared when the financial stability of a country is threatened. Interestingly, this kind of emergency
has never been declared in India. It is the most significant event. During the emergency, the fundamental rights were restricted and the freedom of speech was restricted, the freedom of press also restricted, and most of the opposition leaders was arrested. The national emergency is last for 21 months up to March 1977. The political movement led by Jayaprakash Narayan and the judgment of Allahabad court is led to this national emergency. After in 1977, the people of India utilized their right of vote, and the democracy was exercised when the government changed. In the end, I want to finish my speech by saying that democracy is strengthened when the people of the country aware and the institutions are accountable. As a citizen of India, as a future leaders, we have to respect, we have to protect our values, and in the end, let history guide us and the democracy lead us forward. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Respected dignitaries and my dear friends, a very good morning to all. My name is Bhargavi. I am from first year MBA, JNTU GV. Today our main topic is 50 years of emergency in India. Before going to that, I want to explain about what is meant by emergency. It is a special provision that will allow the central government to give powers during any threatened situations to the nation, and this emergency is provision that mentioned under the articles of 352, 356 and 360. There are three types of emergencies are there: national emergency, state emergency and financial emergency. First of all, national emergency, it is mainly declared because of any threatened situations to the nation. In 1975, national emergency was declared by Indira Gandhi Garu, and due to some internal disturbances, and mainly it was main duration is almost 21 months, and some impacts are opposition leader arrests and some suspension of fundamental rights. And then going to second emergency, it is the president's rule. It is also known as state emergency or constitutional emergency. This is mainly applied for only one state, not whole the nation. If there any imposed, if there any constitutional machinery fails or law and order fails. When coming to financial emergency, it has never declared in our India. It is mainly threatened by financial situations or any credit threatens. The central government take all our control to give salaries to the judges or government officials. And finally, I have to conclude that this situation is democracy is not only for protecting by the constitution, but also to give awareness and participating the citizens. Thank you for giving this golden opportunity.
Democracy is not destroyed by silence. Democracy is not destroyed by enemies outside, but by silence inside. A very warm good morning to respected dignitaries and my fellow participants present here. Myself, Priyanka from MVGR. Today, I stand here to give my views on the very critical topic, 50 years of emergency. On June 25, 1975, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi declared a national emergency under Article 352, citing internal disturbance. But I ask this House, was there an internal disturbance inside the nation or in a political power? For 21 months, India changed. Just days earlier, the Allahabad High Court had found the Prime Minister guilty of electoral malpractice. Instead of resignation, India received restriction. For 21 months, India changed. Fundamental rights were suspended. Press headlines were censored before sunrise. Opposition leaders like Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Lal Krishna Advani were imprisoned. Thousands were detained under MISA without trial. Let us pause and think, what is democracy without freedom of speech? What is constitution without fundamental rights? What is leadership without accountability? Yes, some argue trains ran on time, officers functioned efficiently, and discipline increased. But I ask, can punctual train compensate for imprisoned voices? Can forced sterilization justify discipline and development? Can fear ever build a strong nation? Emergency was not just a political mistake, it was a moral question. And then came 1977. The people of India, poor, ruler, silent citizens, walked to polling booths and spoke through their votes. The ruling government was defeated. That day proved one truth. In India, the ultimate ruler is not the Prime Minister, it was the voter. As Jai Prakash Narayan said, when freedom is threatened, the youth must become its shield. Today, 50 years later, we must ask ourselves, are we vigilant citizens? Do we question respectfully but fearlessly? Do we protect institutions when they are under pressure? Because democracy does not end with a declaration. It ends when the citizens stop caring. Viksit Bharat 2047 is not about GDP, infrastructure, or technology. It's about constitutional morals. A truly developed India is one where power is limited, media is free, and opposition is respected, citizens are fearless. Emergency was a dark chapter, but it was also a powerful lesson. It taught us a democracy can bend, but if people are strong and brave, it will never break. So today, I stand not to criticize history, but to learn from it. The emergency remains in textbook, not in our future, because a nation grows by development, but it survives by democracy. Jai Hind.
जय हिंद। यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ज्ञातिर्न विभारत अव्यक्ताम अधर्मस्य तदात्मानं सजाम्यहम्। Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am A. Manovilas Karthik from Maharaja College, VIZIANAGARAM. Today, I stand before you to deliberate a discourse on this emergency of the India, which had 50 years ago, but not right now also too. Dear friends, this sloka states that the difference, that the defeat of the dynasty or the defeat of the goodness of our states that been declined. Whereas now we stand on this the land where we fighting for the same thing which has been fought 50 years ago back. With the Viksit Bharat 2047 is right now we are coming in front, but our situations have been demanding at the last 50 years passes through. Dear friends, we are in this 2047 or the 2026 right now, the 50 years back, which is held on the 25th of June 1977, which has upon the preparing of the roots, which declined the right to speak or the right to speech or the right to information, right to transparency, which held a few years, 50 years back, or right now we are facing the same problem. As the youth, I question each and everyone in the assembly, are you really Democrat right now? Are we democrat right now? Are we feeling the democracy right now? I feel it's not true. Are we youth? What are we doing in the sitting in the rooms and scrolling the Insta reels or scrolling the Twitters and doing the fan wars on the Instagram or Twitter? But not what the youth are doing for this Viksit Bharat is not coming and raising their voices for our next generations. The youth, I request you all for the next generations, as we right now we need to fight against our voice. Where the 50 years back, the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi has suspended her Prime Ministry for as a court, Allahabad court, on the case from the JP Narayanan on her. His 14 allegations against her. The 2 allegations have been witnessed. As this, the Allahabad court has sentenced her for the 2 allegations as her demanding of suspension from the Prime Ministry. My dear friend, on the day, the Prime Minister has went to near the President Faruquddin Ali Ahmad as to discontinue her Prime Ministry and to adopt the emergency. As this, on the day, section, as per the Indian Constitution, Article number 352 has been amended under internal circumstances. As this internal problems, the India got the emergency for the 21 prolonged months. The 21 prolonged ones has got something like they have no transparency what the government is happening. The Hindu editorial column was being suspended. There is no prolonged answers about the government with the transparency. If any person from any party has more than thousands of people has been arrested. As present, currently serving CM MK Stalin from the Kerala, he has been also been arrested and he was knocked out with his broken hand to the jail. As this, I same question demand, do we really have the same transparency about our jobs, about the laws, or about anything right now with us? I say no. It's completely no. Youth, we are gone stuffed out. We are been sleeping right now. We are in dormancy. Wake up my youth. Come on, let's fight. Let's raise our voices against this. Let's fight for the unemployment. Let's fight for the food. Let's fight everything. We need to fight for everything. We need to ask. The main thing, the fundamental is our freedom of speech. Let's raise our voices. Let's raise our questions. I feel very bad, my youth, as we have been suppressed by the running behind the marks, but running behind the jobs, not for our growth. Whereas we are being suppressed with our parents, or we are not been getting into the leaders, why only the government has been only more than 40 or 50 years of the leaders who are serving. Their age of 40 to 50. Why not the youth of 20 to 35 years or 40 years who are not in the member of parliaments or not in the Lok Sabhas or not in the Rajya Sabhas? Why the students were not being the leaders of the states or the not being central? Now I question you all the youth. Why won't you be the political leader? Why don't you question for everyone? Why don't you question? Why don't you get the answer, my friend? And here, whereas my question, one more question to you. Are we really dependent? Are we are not independent? Are we are really democratics? Where in the Republic? Where in the Constitution? Okay, at the last conclusion, I felt very gratitude and from my bottom of the heart to all the freedom patriots, as I hope, my dear guests, are someone like a student who has been like me from before the past 50 years ago, maybe the same raising question, maybe right now matriated. I hope that someone, and today I, as Karthik, I request everyone as my contribution to get the same voices from the youth. We all are needed to raise our voices. Thank you. Jai Hind. Karmanye vadikaraste ma phaleshu kadasaka is the only thing our duty to fight for our freedom. Our freedom is our thing. We need to talk about our freedom. Jai Hind. Thank you.
A very good morning to respected juries and my dear friends. Myself, Jnaneshwari, IT department from VIZIANAGARAM, JNTU ZB. Today I am speaking about emergency, the fact that we discuss about the lessons for the Indian democracy. signals that something is wrong. Am I right? Today, if I question all of you, what is democracy? I am sure that once again would be maximum given by everyone. That is, democracy simply means people choosing our leaders. But my dear friends, today I would like to remind you that democracy is more than deeper than it. You said democracy means you have the right to freedom. But if I see only the rich people having the rights, to the rich escape from injustice, because they can hire lawyers and victories. Ambedkar declared the vote for youth. So decision is our hands to change, to ask the injustice, to see the people. So in our hands to change any situation. Power is not in the leaders, it is not in the party, it is within us. Rights and freedom. So protect our rights and freedoms. A good leader who is taking care of a country. Democracy exists because we know about what is democracy. Thank you for everyone.
Imagine a nation where your voice is silent, newspapers are blank, questioning authority is a crime, speaking truth is dangerous. I am Dupada Ashwini from MVGR College of Engineering. Today I will talk about not just about the past, about why this history matters today and for our future. Fundamental rights were suspended. Citizens were not freely speak and protest and question the government. Press silented the media. Newspaper often printed blank space as silent protest. Even the Supreme Court in the ADM Jabalpur case ruled that citizens could not approach the court to challenge unfilled detentions. Fear replaced freedom, power replaced law, but democracy survived because the people refused to be silent. The 1977 election restored democracy rules, showing that true strength of nation lies in its citizens. Today, we live in a world of AI, social media, and technology. The tools that can empower us can also control us silently. Algorithms can influence opinions. Surveillance can track behavior, and misinformation can distort truth. Just like fear did 50 years ago, but now digitally. Democracy is not freedom that time. Freedom is never guaranteed. It must be defended. Citizens, especially the youth, are guarantees of democracy. Just a people authorize control during the democracy. Today we must ensure technical survives truth, transparency and freedom, not control. The future will not necessarily come with tanks or curses. It may come through code, algorithm and data control. If we are silent, democracy fails again in a way we may not even see. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm M. Pranati from MVGR College of Engineering. 25 June 1975 midnight. There was no foreign invasion, no civil war, no collapsing economy, but the freedom of an entire nation was suspended. The fundamental rights were suspended. 50 years ago, under our Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, a national emergency was declared under the Article 352 of the Constitution. But the history does not ask us what happened. It asks us, why has it happened? Was it truly a crisis of the Republic, or was it a crisis of a political party? Fundamental rights were suspended. Civil liberties were curtailed. The press was censored. Thousands were detained without trial. Leaders such as J. Prakash Narayan, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and L.K. Advani were imprisoned. And newspapers printed blank spaces. And those blank spaces were not empty. They were symbols. They were symbols of a democracy struggling to breathe. Let us confront a difficult truth. Democracy rarely dies dramatically. It can die order by order, amendment by amendment, and signature by signature. इमरजेंसी के दौरान हर जगह यही गूंज रहा था कि तलाशाही को रोको, तलाशाही को रोको, तलाशाही को रोको। तलाशाही की एक पुकार, लोकतंत्र हुआ लाचार। Yes, the emergency was constitutional. But constitutionality without accountability is dangerous. Because the constitution begins with we the people and not we the powerful. In the ADM Jabalpur versus Shivkant Shukla case, India has witnessed that even the judiciary failed to protect the liberty of our country. This has taught us that institutions are not protected by ink, they are protected by courage. जब न्याय डर जाता है तो जनता किसके पास जाता है? The press, the watchdog of the democracy, was detained. When questions disappear, power outgrows. When the criticism fades, authority becomes absolute. कलम अगर रुक जाएगा, सच मर जाएगा, और कलम अगर रुक जाएगा तो सच मर जाएगा, दर जीता और लोकतंत्र हारा. But here lies the extraordinary strength of our country. The emergency did not end because the power was generous. It ended because the people voted. In 1977, citizens had made the balance through the ballot. Not through violence, not through revolt, but through democracy itself. In that moment showed that India is not weak. Now, the real question 50 years later is, what have we learned? Lesson 1, that power should not be absolute. It should be accountable. Lesson 2, an institution should be independent and it should not be shaken in even if it is uncomfortable. Lesson 3, silence is not neutrality. Silence condemns the power. Now, if dissent is discouraged, if questioning is made illegal, if silence becomes absolute, that shows us that the erosion begins. And a silent erosion is very much dangerous than a loud destruction. My dear fellow young Indians, now the emergency is not just a chapter or a historical event. It is a constitutional regimen. It shows us that the leaders are temporary, the government is temporary, and everything is temporary, but constitutional values must be permanent. So today let us pledge. We will question with responsibility. We will defend the liberty without fear. We will protect the spirit of the Constitution. Because the day dissent disappears, democracy becomes decoration. And our friends, India should be remembered as a republic of courage and not as a memory of silence. Jai Hind.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Chandra, a second-year BTech student from Civil Engineering, JNTU GV College. Today, I would like to speak about the important lessons Indian democracy learned from the emergency of 1975 to 1977, declared by the PM Indira Gandhi under the Constitution of India. During emergency, fundamental rights were suspended, press freedom was restricted, and many opposition leaders were arrested. Elections were postponed, and it was a period when democratic values were limited. But this period taught India some powerful lessons. First, the Constitution is supreme and no leader is above the law. Second, fundamental rights are the backbone of democracy. Freedom of speech and expression must always be protected. Third, independent institutions like judiciary and media are essential to maintain balance of power. Fourth, opposition is necessary in democracy. Debate and criticism make the system stronger. Finally, the biggest lesson came in 1977 when the people voted and restored democratic values. These proved that real power in India lies within its citizens. The emergency period reminds us that democracy survives only when we protect it with awareness, responsibility, and courage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is G. Thambi Snehith from Civil Department, JNTU GV. Just imagine waking up tomorrow and finding newspapers with blank spaces. Imagine not being speaking is allowed. Speaking freely. Imagine not being able to go to court to protect your rights. It's not fiction. It is a timeline between June 25th, 1975 to March 1977. These 21 months, this is due to the emergency which was implemented by Indira Gandhi. In this time period, fundamentals are suspended. For example, citizens could not move to courts for their freedom and fundamental rights. The main four poles of democracy is Parliament, Judiciary, Media, and Election Commission. These four are stopped, and from this emergency, what India learned from it is democracy is more than elections. It is about protecting rights and freedoms every single day. After this emergency, the changes were occurred. For next time, the emergency, when we keep emergency, they required a written recommendation from cabinet, and people replace their internal dispenses to armed rebellion emergencies. The emergency teaches us that democratic survives only when citizens remain unaware. We need responsible citizenship from whom we are voting is very important, because we are the upcoming generations for voting. So by choosing the leaders, it is very important for our future economy. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone present over here. I'm Shabira Begum from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, GURAJADA. Today, I'm here to talk about the national emergency of 50 years. Respected Chairperson, Honorable Member of this House, today I had rehearsed here not just to speak about the history, but to remind the House when India stopped breathing freely. On 25th June 1975, when Prime Minister Indira Gandhi declared a national emergency under the Article of 352 of the Constitution. For up to 21 months, the world's largest democracy went silent. Imagine waking up and finding that you cannot question the government. You cannot question anything that are happening around you. The newspaper cannot print the truth. Leaders who disagree are sent to jail. Courts cannot fully protect your right. This is not just an imagination, it was the reality in 1975. Thousands of opposition leaders were arrested, include Prakash Narayan sir, who was known for peaceful reformer, and Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Students, journalists, and artists are activists. Many were jailed without proper trial. Newspaper has a blank space where news used to be. Editor has to make government permission before publishing a head. Fear replaced freedom, silence replaced debate, and obedience replaced opposition. Honorable members, democracy is not just about voting for every 5 years. Democracy is about the right to speak without a fear. It is about right to question the authority, about the protection of voice of even any individual citizen. During the emergency, fundamental rights were suspended, freedom of speech was controlled, and the power of execution became too strong. The 42 constitutional amendment increased central authority. When the jury struggled to defend the civil liberty, at one point, citizens could not even approach the court to protect the right of the life. This teaches us a serious, powerful lesson. When power becomes absolute, democracy becomes fragile. Yes, election was held in 1977. Yes, people voted for the change. But let us remember, democracy returned not because power was generous,
but because the people were courageous. This is the beauty of India. Government may rise and fall, but the will of the people remains supreme. After the emergence, the 44th constitutional amendment was passed to make it hard and misuse of emergence power again. That reform itself proved that mistakes were made and lesson was learned. 50 years later, we must not just remember the date, we must remember the warning. We are protecting the freedom. We are respecting the opposition voice. Are we ensuring institute remain independent of the fear? Because democracy does not collapse in one dramatical moment, it weakens slowly. It weakens when criticism is discouraged. It weakens when media become afraid. It weakens when citizens choose silence over the courage. As a young citizen of the great nation, we must understand freedom is not gift of the government, it is a right of the constitution. It is a protection only when we defend it. If we stop questioning, if we stop participating, if we stop caring, history can repeat itself. Let us never allow fear to replace freedom again. At the end, I would like to say, हिंद देश के निवासी सभी जन एक है. हिंद देश के निवासी सभी जन एक है. रंग रूप भेष भाषा चाहे अनेक है, चाहे अनेक है. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
Good morning, everyone. I am S. Arvind from first year student from Chatham College. Today, I am going to speak about one of the most critical turning point in Indian history. The emergency is declared in 1975. As we work 50 years of historic event, it is important to reflect on what happened and why it happened, what lessons it offers for Indian democracy. The emergency was declared on 25th June 1975 by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. It was proclaimed under Article 352 of the Indian Constitution, internal disturbance. As the reason, at that time, India was facing political unrest, economic difficulties, protests, and a court verdict challenge the Prime Minister election. The government stated that the emergency was necessary to maintain stability and order in the country. 50 years later, the emergency stands as both warning and a reaffirmation of India's democratic spirit. It demands us that power must be exercised responsibly. It was reasserts what the people of India believe deeply in democratic values. The emergency is not just a historical event, it's just a lesson for every generation to safeguard democracy. Thank you. Jai Hind.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. నా పేరు చైతన్య ఆఫ్ సీతం కాలేజ్, సిఎస్సి ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ స్టూడెంట్. అయితే ఈరోజు నేను చెప్పొచ్చేది ఏంటి అంటే, అందరూ రాజకీయ నాయకుల గురించి, ఇందిరాగాంధీ గురించి, వాళ్ళ జీవితాల గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నారు. నేను ఆ 21 నెలల చీకట్లో సామాన్యుడి జీవితం ఎలా మొదలైంది, ఎలా ఉండేది అంటే, ఒక బయటికి వెళ్ళి పని చేసుకున్నా సరే ఎవరు వచ్చి ఎటు నుంచి ఏ జైలుకి తీసుకెళ్ళిపోతారని భయం. ఓకేనా. అయితే రెక్కాడితే కానీ డొక్కాడిన బతుకులు అందరివి. అయితే ఎక్కడ ఎలా బతకాలో కూడా తెలియదు. అయితే ఇదంతా జరగడానికి గల కారణం ఏంటంటే అందరికీ తెలిసిందే, ఆర్టికల్ 352. ఈ ఆర్టికల్ 352 కేవలం ఒక రాజకీయ నాయకురాలి స్వార్థం అని నేను అంటాను. అలా 1971లో ఎలక్షన్లో నెగ్గిన తర్వాత అదంతా కూడా ప్రభుత్వ అధికారుల హెల్ప్తో నెగ్గిందని ఒక నాయకుడు, ఎవరంటే రాజ్ నారాయణ అనేటువంటి వ్యక్తి గమనించి, ఆ వ్యక్తి ఒక హైకోర్టులో కేసు వేశారు, అలహాబాద్ హైకోర్టులో కేసు వేశారు. ఆ కేసు వేసిన తర్వాత ఆవిడ కొంచెం బలపడ్డారు. అయినప్పటికీ ఎప్పటికీ దిగలేదు, ఆ స్థానం నుంచి, పిఎం అనే స్థానం నుంచి దిగలేదు. అయితే అప్పుడు ఏమైందంటే, జయప్రకాష్ నారాయణ అనేటువంటి వ్యక్తి ఏం చేశారంటే, అదే అలహాబాద్ హైకోర్టులో కేసు వేస్తూ, దాంతోపాటు ఆ జేపీ మూమెంట్ని, ఎక్కడైతే రోడ్డు మీద ర్యాలీలు అన్ని నడిచారో ప్రజల్ని వెంటేసుకొని, అలా నడుస్తూ మొత్తానికి ఎంతైతే దిగజార్దం చూశారు, ఆవిడని ఎంతకీ దిగజార్దాం, అలాగే పిఎం పదవి నుంచి తీద్దాం అని చూశారు. కానీ ఆవిడ ఏం చేసిందంటే, చాలా తెలివిగా ఆర్టికల్ 352ని తన మెయిన్ వెపన్గా ఉపయోగించింది. అదేంటంటే, మొత్తం ఫ్రీడమ్ ఆఫ్ రైట్స్, ఫండమెంటల్ రైట్స్ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో మొత్తం అందరికీ క్యాన్సిల్ చేయించింది. ఒక ప్రశ్నించే హక్కు లేదు, ఒక కేసు వేసే హక్కు లేదు. అంటే ఎంత చేసినా సరే సైలెంట్గా ఉండాలి. ఒకవేళ ఒక పత్రికా ప్రకటన ఇచ్చే హక్కు లేదు. ఏం చేసినా సరే సైలెంట్గా ఉండాలి, ఎంత చేసినా సరే మనం సైలెంట్గా ఉండాలి. అయితే నేను చెప్పొచ్చేది ఏంటంటే అప్పుడు జేపీ నారాయణ కానీ లేదా రాజ్ నారాయణ కానీ ఒక్క వెపన్ ఏంటి అంటే ఒక్క ఓటు మాత్రమే. ఇవాళ మనం ఒక ప్రజాస్వామ్యాన్ని అంతా బాగా కాపాడుకోవాలి అంటే మనకు ఓటు మాత్రమే కాదు, మన చేతుల్లో ఉంది. వీఆర్ టెక్నాలజీ బిల్డర్స్. సో ఓకేనా, మనం ప్రతి ఊర్లో కూడా ప్రతి ఊరు నుంచి మొదలు పెట్టవచ్చు. ప్రతి గ్రామంలో మనకున్న మైండ్ని ఉపయోగించి ఏదైనా సాధించవచ్చు, కొత్తగా ఏదైనా తయారు చేయవచ్చు. కేవలం గవర్నమెంట్ మీద ఆధారపడే ప్రసక్తే లేదు, అవునా? ఏదైనా మనం సాధించవచ్చు. అలాగని కేవలం గవర్నమెంట్ మీద అక్కర్లేదు. మనం కొత్త స్టార్టప్స్తో నాందిని మొదలు పెడదాం, అవునా? అలాగే ఇలాంటి చీకటి కోణాల్లోంచి మనం ఒకసారి గమనించండి, మన తల్లిదండ్రులు ఇలా చీకటి రోజుల్లో బ్రతికారు, అవునా? మనం అలా చీకటి రోజుల్లో బ్రతకగలమా? బ్రతికే ఉద్దేశం ఉందా? ఏమి లేదు. కాబట్టి మన ఫ్యూచర్ మన చేతుల్లోనే ఉంది. సో అందరికీ జై హింద్. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఆల్.
Good morning to one and all. I'm R. Kruparani from Chetam College, VIZIANAGARAM. Today I'm going to speak about one of the most critical turning points of Indian history, the emergency declared in 1975 under Prime Minister of Indira Gandhi. Background of the emergency declared on 25th June in 1975. Reason cited: international disturbance, political unrest and mass protest, economic crisis and inflation. Court decided challenging the Prime Minister's election. The government stated the emergency was necessary to maintain stability and order in the country. Major features of the emergency was suspension of fundamental rights, arrest of opposition leaders, press censorship imposed, elections postponed, and all are the period of often described the darkest phase of Indian democracy. The conclusion of the program was 50 years later. The emergency stands as both a warning against misuse of power, a reminder of the strength of Indian democracy. It reminds us the power most exercised responsibility and citizens of safeguard democratic values. The emergency is not just history; it is continuing lesson for every generation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Respected chairpersons, honorable members of the House, and my dear friends. This is Meena Kumari, representing Chetam Engineering College, VIZIANAGARAM. Today, I rise to speak on a chapter of Indian history that continues to echo even after 5 decades, 50 years of emergency. On June 25, 1975, a national emergency was declared under Article 352 of the Constitution of India. This period lasted for 21 months and is remembered as one of the controversial phases of our democracy. The Constitution provides 3 types of emergency: national emergency under Article 352, President's rule under Article 356, and financial emergency under Article 360. These provisions were designed by the makers of our Constitution as safety measures to protect the nation during extraordinary crises like war, armed rebellion, or financial instability. But the emergency of 1975 was declared on the grounds of internal disturbance. During this time, fundamental rights were suspended, press censorship was imposed. Honorable members, the emergency teaches us one powerful lesson: democracy is fragile if citizens are not vigilant. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Where the mind is without fear, where the knowledge is free, into the heaven of freedom, my father led my country away. These immortal words were not just Rabindranath Tagore's poetry, it was the foundation of Indian democracy. Good morning, everyone. I am Vasanti Tamang from Computer Science Information Technology from Lendi Institute of Engineering and Technology. So today I would like to speak about India's crucial movement of democracy. On June 25th, 1975, Indira Gandhi, then Prime Minister, declared and national emergency, stating it as an internal disturbance. Now, my honorable members, what was this internal disturbance? What was actually going on in India? So, Jayaprakash Narayan, her opposition leader, was against Indira Gandhi and many workers, even students boycotting their classes just to attend this protest against her due to her raising prices and also corruption in the state government. They didn't find it fair. Now, this case led to the Allahabad High Court for taking action against Indira Gandhi. After just a few days before her emergency was declared, she was found guilty due to her malpractice in her elections. So the opposition leader like Jayaprakash Narayan and also many other activists wants her to step out of her position. But instead of resigning her from her position, instead of stepping out from her position, she declared an emergency. Now, my jury members, what happened next? It was very sad that her opposition leader like Jayaprakash Narayan and thousands of activists were jailed. Our democracy felt silent. Democracy is not about just the power to hold, to choose our leader. It's about our freedom. Democracy depends on the participation. So, but the history did not end there. In 1977, the elections were held again. Now, the people chose the right to vote and the democracy was again in the power again. So, what are the lessons we learned? Democracy is about the power, but it is about the power for us to hold, and it is about not just about choosing our leader, it is the power for our freedom, it is about the power for our accountability, it is the power to respect our constitution. Second, no leader is above the constitution. Everyone must follow the constitution. So as a youth of India, we must remember, we will raise our voice when it is necessary. Because democracy is not a gift, it's a responsibility. Thank you, everyone.
When the freedom falls silent, only the brave dare to speak. Greetings everyone, I am Vednan Potraju, an ECE second year student from GMRT Institute of Technology, Rajam. Hello everyone, today I am here to speak to you very simple, very honest, and also let's be it is a real conversation. As we are aware that the emergency is not just an history and it is not just a topic, it is a reminder, it is a responsibility, and it is our responsibility to make it to never happen in the future. Let I say a imagination where we can say that if you wake up and suddenly the newspaper where the truth is not printed, and also the freedom is silenced, and the speeches are censored, and the leaders are arrested overnight, and the freedom is silenced everywhere, and there is no words to speak everywhere. So this is what it is not just an imagination. So this is what the people of India has experienced in the year 1975. So the emergency, it was called off by the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi ji. So the lessons what we learn from this is, the first lesson from what is the freedom needs awareness. So the freedom never disappears directly. So it fades step by step, where the people are not informed or not connected to the government. If we are silent, the people of the Parliament or the people of the Assembly will rule us. If we are not aware of what we are going or what we are not doing, so the people of the government will rule us. So the emergency taught us that we should stay aware of what is going on in the Assembly So the second lesson is the power is balance, and the power needs balance. So here what I wanted to tell you is the power is the most important thing in a democratic country. It is the power becomes imbalance where there is no strong ruling from any political parties. And also I could say that the power needs an emotion where the people or the rulers just treat us like we are the democratic. And the third one is like the darkness never fades. There is a popular Arabic word like when we say a light only appears when the darkness disappears. So here the people of India has just raised their voices, but not by the protest or not by the politics or not by the rallies or not by the violence. Only the people just they have voted. So our India is one of the biggest democratic country in the world, as we all know. So the people has raised their voice through their votes. They had changed the government. The BJP, like the Bharatiya Janata Party, came into the effect. And also in the 1977, the people also got the freedom from this emergency. And the freedom fighters and the political leaders who are in the jail are also got released, and also the Congress party has lost its governance and the BJP started ruling. And the fourth lesson what we all know is that democracy belongs to us. As I said before, democracy, like the democracy in India only works for the people, by the people and to the people. As I say, India is one of the biggest and largest democratic country in the world. It is not because of its population or not because of the crowd who are here. It is only because of the people who are having faith. It is not ordered, it is not controlled by the Parliament or the Supreme Court or anyone. It is only controlled by the citizens of the people only through a single weapon called vote. We have to just like the voting is our responsibility, and also the media, the administration and the judiciary are not the very imbalanced, not the parts of the India, but they are the strong pillars and also the state awareness of our India. As I say, but now I can say that as we are speaking about the 50 years past, but my real question is, after 50 years of this emergency,
Last 20 seconds.
Are we aware of our rights? Are we aware of the fundamentals which are having? Or also are we aware of what we are doing, what is happening in the Parliament or the assemblies? As I say, if we are confident, if we are courage, or if we are alert, so I can say that since it has a past, but no one in the future can rule us, or the emergency can also never be, like if they put an emergency, but we the people of India who are having the right and who are knowing that we can stay strong, who has the right to vote, please utilize this in a way.
Time up.
Thank you, Jane.
A very good morning to all the citizens of India. My name is Stevena. I am from Lendi College. Today I stand before you to speak about the 50 years of emergency in India. The emergency in India was declared in June 1975. Full name Thadi Vinay. Yes, ma'am. It was declared on 25th June 1975 by the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. This period lasts until 21st March 1977. Is considered as one of the controversial pages of India Constitution. The democracy was declared under Article 352 of the Constitution of India on the grounds of internal disturbance. During this time, fundamental rights were suspended, press freedom was restricted, political opponents were arrested, and elections were postponed. Many leaders and citizens are detained without trial. It was a time when democracy was put to a serious test. The emergency taught India a very important lesson that democracy is strong, but it always be protected. After the emergency ended, the people of India exercised through their power voting. So, showing that in a democracy, the ultimate authority lies with the citizens. Now let us understand the three types of emergency power provided in our constitution. The first one is national emergency, and the second one is president's rule, and the third one is financial emergency. The first one, national emergency, under Article 352, declared when there is a war, external aggression, or armed rebellion. During this time, the central government gains more power and certain fundamental rights can be restricted. And the second one is president rule, under Article 356, imposed when a state government fails to function according constitutional provisions. In this case, the state comes under direct control of the central government. And the third one is financial emergency. And under Article number 360, declared when the financial emergency or credit of India is threatened. It allows the central government to control financial matters, including salaries and expenditures. Interestingly, India has never experienced in a financial emergency so far. So the conclusion is the emergency of 1975 remains a significant chapter in India history. It remains as what the Constitution provides extraordinary powers to handle crisis. Those powers must be responsibly and carefully. Democracy is not just about class. It is about protecting freedom, justice, and the voice of the people. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Good morning to one and all present over here. Myself, I am Kyati Navina, currently pursuing BTech in Lendi Institute of Technology. Today, I am here to raise my voice on the 50 years of emergency. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. What this actually means? It means that freedom and democracy can survive only when the citizens are active and aware of whatever the situations happened around them. So 50 years ago, India experienced a difficulty period known as emergency. The emergency, what does it actually mean? It is declared in 1975, June 25th. So many newspapers were censored, and it is the most significant period in the Indian history. Why is it called that much significant? It actually faced so many problems. So as a citizen, we must be active and informed and participate in each and every situation. So we should be aware of everything, whatever going around us. Today, we, the youth of India, teaches us that democracy is not about surveillance. It is the responsibility. Today, we must protect the democratic values and the current situations. And we should protect each and everything. The emergency showed us that silence can never be encouraged. Democracy is precious and we must be protected. So it showed us that power without accountability is fragile, and we must be active. As youth, we must be enough transparent, and we should always maintain consistency in everything, as we are the future leaders. And we should be active and informed for every participation. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable speakers and respected members. My name is P. Bhuvaneshwar Rao from Lendi Institute. Today, I rise today to speak on the chapter of our republic. I tested the democracy. History is not just a collection of dates. It's the mirror. When we see in the mirror of 1975, we have a time when the fourth pillar of democracy, the media has collapsed, and the voice of the people the media was silenced, and the people of the democracy has muffled, because there is no right to speak what the democracy is doing. We have to speak throughout the representatives why he is doing. There is no right to speak. In the conclusion, 50 years have passed since those dark days. Now India is the global leader, the digital powerhouse, and a largest democracy. But let's never forget, democracy dies in silence. We have to speak what the representatives are doing. We have to know what they was doing and what they are implementing. Speaking is the truth. Have to speak that our task is not just remembering the emergency, but to ensure it remains the relic of the past. We have to speak throughout the representatives, throughout our ideas. We have to know the speaking activities, and we have to know the let us be guardian of our democracy. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Democracy is not just about voting. It is about protecting this voice of every citizen. Good morning, everyone, dear dignitaries and my dear friends. This is Shri Mauktika, and I think this quote reminds us that democracy is more than elections. I feel like it is all about freedom, responsibility, and the active participation of every citizen in our country. As we complete 50 years of the Indian emergency, which was declared in 1975, it is important to reflect on this significant chapter of our history. On 25th June 1975, the then Prime Minister Mrs. Indira Gandhi declared the national emergency under the Article 352 of Constitution. Citing the internal disturbances, it lasted for 21 months until March 1977. During the emergency, certain fundamental rights were suspended, like freedom of speech was restricted and press faced censorship. Many political leaders, including Atal Bihari Vajpayee and L.K. Advani, were arrested. Elections were postponed and the public protests were limited. At the time, the country was experiencing political unrest and economical difficulties. A strong movement, which was led by Jayaprakash Narayan, was demanding reforms and accountability. The government believed strict measures and necessary to maintain the order. Supporters felt that emergency improved discipline and administrative efficiency. Critics believed that it limited democratic freedoms. Because of this different views, the emergency continued till today. Let us connect this with a real-life example. If in a school, rules are necessary, rules are necessary to follow the disciplines. But if students are never allowed to talk or speak or express their views and opinions, this learning becomes incomplete. Similarly, in a country, discipline is necessary, but freedom and rights are equally important. In 1977, elections were conducted. The people voted for the change, and the Janata Party formed the government under Morarji Desai. This peaceful transfer of power showed the strength of the Indian democracy. After this period, constitutional safeguards were strengthened to protect the fundamental rights. Now, in 2025, after 50 years, the emergency reminds us that democracy must be balanced between authority and accountability, between discipline and the freedom. Today, we freely express our thoughts through the social media, like participating in elections. These rights are valuable and must be used responsibly. As I conclude, the 50 years of the emergency teaches us an important lesson. Democracy survives when both leaders and citizens act responsibly. Let's move forward with awareness, respect for rights, and commitment to democratic values. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Respected judges, teachers, and my dear friends, I am Bhagyanesh from Lendi Institute of Technology. Good morning to one and all. Today I'm came here before you to speak our topic 50 years of emergency lessons for Indian democracy. Let us start with the question. What happens if a democracy sleeps even a moment? Our India founds earlier for this, our India founds answer earlier only in emergency. As in India's Constitution of India is came through in 1950. Came through the 1950 of so many emergencies were declared on that time, national emergency and financial emergency and presidential rule. Let us talk about national emergency. National emergency declared by the President of India. National emergency is acted so many times in India-China war and India-Pakistan war, and it is an important that 1975 to in the period of 1975 to 77, there is this national emergency is declared by the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. Let us come to the financial emergency. It was not declared. It is a good achievement to India, and come through the presidential rule. It is acted so many times. Let us talk about what means that presidential rule. Presidential rule means that at which state, okay, presidential rule that was declared so many times. As let us take an example of Kerala in 1959. It was acted so many times in our combined state as Andhra Pradesh also. So finally, I will conclude that democracy is not a word in our constitution. It is our responsibility and a choice and noise. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Respected members of this office,
home. And today I am R. Janki Ramlakshmi of studying second year BTech. From Visir College of Engineering. I stand here before you to speak a few words on 50 years of national emergency and the lessons we learned from it. What are the lessons? What are the national emergency? When did we get independent from national emergency and what are the effects, what it causes? I want to share with you. And in 1975, on June 25th, the national emergency was declared. During the national emergency, the press freedom was restricted and fundamental rights of the people were restricted. And political opponents were detained, public dissents were silenced. And after, in 1977, March 21st, the national emergency was cleared. After that, in that emergency, we have no fundamental rights. The fundamental rights are restricted. What if fundamental rights are restricted to the people? We can't express ourselves. We can't even speak about our rights. And the press freedom is detained. Nowadays, if anything happens, either political or any issues, we are all aware of social media and we will post it on. And we will share with the people and we will express that feeling in front of all the society to represent the problems or anything else. In 1969, when the government come on. Today, 5 decades later, the emergency stands not merely as a chapter of history, but as a constitutional lesson. The democracy cannot survive without active citizens. This institution must remain independent of and fearless. That freedom of speech is the foundation of accountability. That concentration of power must always be questioned. We have to question the political. As young citizens, we are not merely observers of democracy, we are just its future custodians. The emergency teaches our generation 3 responsibilities: to question the authority with respect, and to protect constitutional values with courage, and to participate in governance with awareness. Because democracy does not fail in one day, it weakens slowly when citizens stop paying attention. The emergency of 1975 was not just a political episode, it was a test of India's democratic spirit. 50 years later, its great lesson is clear. Laws may define democracy, institutions may sustain democracy, but ultimately, it is the people who defend democracy. As the youth of this nation, it is our duty not only to remember history, but to ensure it never repeats itself. Because freedom is the strongest when citizens refuse to be silent. The emergency taught India that democracy survives not because it is written in the Indian Constitution, because citizens choose to defend it. Thank you.
Good morning, respected judges and my dear brothers and sisters. Imagine a morning where you wake up to find your social media blocked, your daily news channels dark, and your local representatives are behind the bars. not for a crime, but for a question. I am M. Sagarika, representing MVZR College of Engineering, and I rise today not as a victim of past, but a architect for blueprint of our future. Let us move to lesson 1 our democracy had learned from the emergency. The first and most critical lesson our democracy learned is the integrity of institutions. In 1975, when the judiciary was sidelined and when the press was gagged, the common citizen was left defenseless. This highlights that our democracy has learned a mandate to rule is not a mandate to overrule the constitution. We have also learned that democracy is not about the person we elect, it's about the independence of pillars that hold them accountable. We concluded that when the institutions bow, the republic falls. But my respected citizens, we must also remember that democracy cannot rely on the courage of individuals alone. It must be reinforced by strength of its laws. This brings me to our second collective lesson, the fortification of our constitution. In 1975, our constitution had a loophole, a vague phrase called internal disturbance that allowed a single person to pause the entire democracy. 50 years ago, the law is used as a weapon, but today we have turned it into a shield. Through the 44th Amendment of 1978, we have implemented 3 critical security patches. 1. Redefining emergency. We have replaced the term internal disturbance with armed rebellion. Now, you cannot silence a nation just because there is a protest on the street. 2 comes no more one-person decisions. We have mandated that the Prime Minister cannot orally advise an emergency. It now requires the written consent of the entire cabinet. 3, here comes the non-suspendable right. We have ensured that Article 21, the right to life, can never be suspended even in an emergency. But we must also remember that we moved from rule by laws to rule of laws, ensuring the rules of game are so strong such that no individual can ever rewrite them for their personal gain. But we must also remember that even the strongest law is just an ink on the paper if the hands that holding it are trembling. This brings me to our last and most final enduring lesson, the ultimate fail-safe of Indian voter. In 1977, the first elections were held after emergency, and the whole world is watching towards it. And many international critics argued that a young developing nation like India, suffering with poverty and illiteracy, would always choose stability over liberty. They strongly believed that a hunger stomach would not care for a free voice. But the Indian voters proved everyone wrong. In a massive silent waves, millions of people went to the polling booths and showed up their dignity. They showed up that you can silence the nation, you can silence the newspapers, and you can even lock up the leaders. But you can never stop the spirit of Indian citizen. We can conclude that the safety of India not lies in any court or a law book. It lies in our own eyes and our own voices. So, why does it matter in 2026 or 2047? We have concluded that recently our government has declared June 25th as Samvidhan Hatya Divas, which is also known as the murder of the Indian Constitution. This is not just a name. This is a permanent reminder for my generation that democracy is not a destination we reached in 1947. It is a right or a journey which must be protected every single day. And I finally conclude that the emergency of 1975 is our nation's greatest crisis, but our emergence from it as a stronger, louder and more resilient democracy is our nation's greatest victory. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
I request all the participants to come inside the inauguration hall. I request all the participants who are out in the inauguration hall, I request them to come inside and please be seated. Within few minutes, MP sir will arrive and the inauguration will be started.
Indira Gandhi once asked, "What is the use of freedom when it leads to chaos?" These words came at a time
These words came at a time when India's democracy was facing its greatest challenge. Honorable dignitaries, esteemed judges, and my fellow participants, a very good morning. My name is Geeta Spandana. I'm from Ambedkar College of Engineering, and I'm honored to speak on the topic 50 years of emergency lessons for Indian democracy. On June 25, 1975, Indira Gandhi declared a national emergency where fundamental rights were suspended, press were censored, opposition leaders, including Atal Bihari Vajpayee and L.K. Advani, were detained. Fear spread across the nation and the very essence of democracy was put on hold. Even today, the challenges to democracy remind us that freedom is never guaranteed. It sustains only when its citizens are aware, active, vigilant, and courageous. Seeing the other side of the issue, emergency brought certain administrative improvements like 20-point program where it focused on poverty reduction and economic stability. However, the tensions during that time reminded us that democracy cannot thrive without liberty. So, what can we, especially the youth, learn from that period? First, democracy must be defended. Rights come with responsibility. 2, vigilance is every citizen's duty. Silence and indifference will allow misuse of power where courage will protect the freedom. And ladies and gentlemen, ask yourselves, are we paying enough attention to protect our rights today? The answer lies in active participation. Youth participation is very essential. Platforms like My Government, My Bharat, National Youth Parliament will empower the young citizens of India to actively participate in governance. Fellow youth, 50 years on, the lesson is clear. Democracy is not inherited. It is preserved and earned by each of us. And emergency taught us an important lesson that freedom may be fragile, but together we are its strongest guardians. I conclude today as Bharat moves towards the
అబ్బాయిలకి ఏమించో చదివించేవాడు. ఈక్వాలిటీ అనేది ఎక్కడ ఉంది? ఇక్కడ చెప్పగలరు. ఈక్వాలిటీ అనేది లేదు కాబట్టి ఇప్పుడు కూడా కొన్ని ఏరియాస్లో రిచ్ పీపుల్ నక్కలా చూస్తారు, పూర్ పీపుల్ నక్కలా చూస్తారు. కాబట్టి ఎవరిని అందరినీ ఒకేలా చూడాలి. జస్టిస్ అనేది మన కంట్రీలో ఉండాలి. ఇంకా జస్టిస్, ఈక్వాలిటీ, డెమోక్రసీ అనేవి బతికొండాలి. తప్పు చేసినానికి ఎప్పుడైనా శిక్ష పడాలి. కాబట్టి ఈక్వాలిటీ, జస్టిస్, డెమోక్రసీ. డెమోక్రసీ అంటే ఆఫ్ ది పీపుల్, బై ది పీపుల్, ఫర్ ది పీపుల్. డెమోక్రసీలో ఈక్వాలిటీని, జస్టిస్ రెండు గోడలు లాంటివి. ఈక్వాలిటీ అండ్ జస్టిస్ ఆర్ ద 2 pillars ఆఫ్ డెమోక్రసీ. ఇప్పుడున్న సొసైటీలో ఈక్వాలిటీ ఉంటే జస్టిస్ ఉండదు, జస్టిస్ ఉంటే ఈక్వాలిటీ ఉండదు. కాబట్టి ఈక్వాలిటీ ఉండాలి, జస్టిస్ ఉండాలి, డెమోక్రసీ ఉండాలి. కొన్ని వేజెస్, ఆపర్చునిటీస్ కూడా తగ్గించారు ఇన్ఈక్వాలిటీలో. ఇంకా మేల్కి ఫీమేల్కి చిన్న ర్యాంక్స్ ద్వారా కూడా అమ్మాయిలకి వెళ్తే సీటీ చేస్తారా, అబ్బాయిలకి అయితే సీటీ ఇవ్వట్లేదు. కాబట్టి ఆ సిస్టమ్ కూడా ఉండదు. నా ఉద్దేశం ఏంటంటే అమ్మాయిలు తక్కువ చేసి అబ్బాయిలు ఎక్కువ చేయడం కాదు, అబ్బాయిలు తక్కువ చేసి అమ్మాయిలు తక్కువ చేయడం కాదు. ఈక్వాలిటీ అనేది ఉండాలి అని అంటున్నాను. మన మహాత్మా గాంధీజీ కూడా ఒక మాట అన్నారు, ఏ ఇంట్లో అయితే గుణవంతులు ఉంటారో ఖచ్చితంగా పిల్లలు విద్యావంతులు అవుతారు అనేసి. కాబట్టి అలాగే ఉండాలి. చదువు అనేది ఎవరికైనా అవసరం ఉండాలి, అబ్బాయిలకైనా అమ్మాయికి ఉండాలి. దేనికైనా డెమోక్రసీ, ఈక్వాలిటీ, జస్టిస్ అనేది మాత్రం ఉండాలి. ఇప్పుడు ఇందిరాగాంధీ ఆవిడ చేసిన సెవరల్ నెగిటివ్ ఎఫెక్ట్స్ వల్ల అలహాబాద్ హైకోర్టు అనేది సీరియస్ యాక్షన్ తీసుకొని తన్ని రిజైన్ చేశారు. అలాగే జయప్రకాష్ నారాయణ ఎప్పుడైతే అతను ఎంటర్ అయ్యారో 19 ఆఫ్టర్ ఇందిరాగాంధీ ఎప్పుడైతే తెరమీద అయిపోయారో ఇతనే ఎంటర్ అయ్యారు, జయప్రకాష్ నారాయణ ఎంటర్ అయ్యారు. తర్వాత మొత్తానికి March 21, 1977కి ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఎండ్ అయిపోయింది. అసలు ఎమర్జెన్సీ అంటే ఏదో మీకు మళ్ళీ నేను చెప్తాను. గవర్నమెంట్ అనేది హ్యాండిల్ చేయాలి ప్రతి సిచ్యువేషన్లో. పవర్ కానీ వార్ కానీ ఏదైనా హ్యాండిల్ చేయలేదు. తప్పు చేసిన గవర్నమెంట్ అనేది యాక్షన్ తీసుకోవాలి. ఎమర్జెన్సీ వల్ల అడ్వాంటేజెస్ ఉన్నాయి, డిసడ్వాంటేజెస్ ఉన్నాయి. డిసడ్వాంటేజెస్ అంటే నేను మీకు చెప్పాను. ఇప్పుడు గవర్నమెంట్ యాక్షన్స్ ఇంకా చాలా తగ్గిపోయేవి. వాళ్ళే ఎక్కువ ఎక్స్ట్రాడినరీ పవర్స్ తీసుకుంటున్నారు. న్యూస్ పేపర్స్ మీడియా కంట్రోల్ బాగా తగ్గిపోయాయి. ప్రెస్ సెన్సర్షిప్ అనేది జరుగుతుంది కదా. అందుకే ఈక్వాలిటీ అనేది, జస్టిస్ అనేది ఉండాలి. ఎడ్యుకేషన్ అనేది అందరికీ కావాలి. ఏదైనా గర్ల్స్ అండ్ బాయ్స్ ఆల్ ఆర్ ఈక్వల్. సో మై ఒపీనియన్ ఈజ్ ఈక్వాలిటీ ఈజ్ ప్రెసెంట్ రైట్ నౌ ఆల్సో. మన ఇప్పుడు నుంచి జన్మదినాన్ని నుంచి లాస్ట్ మనం మరణించేదాకా ఈక్వాలిటీ, జస్టిస్, డెమోక్రసీ అనేవి ఉండాలి. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ గివింగ్ దిస్ ఫైన్ ఆపర్చునిటీ.
Good morning everyone. I am N. Pravalka from Chetam College. Today I am going to speak about one of the most critical turning points in Indian history. The emergency declared in 1975 under Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. As we mark as 50 years of the historical event, it is an important to reflect on what happened, and what lessons it offers for Indian democracy. Background of the emergency declared on 25th June 1975, proclaimed under Article 352 of the Indian Constitution. The government stated that the emergency was necessary to maintain stability and order in the country. Major features of the emergency 1975 to 1977: suspensions of the fundamental rights, elections postponed, arrest of opposition leaders, expansion of executive offers. A free and fearless press is necessary. Institutional checks and unbalanced must be maintained. Citizens must remain vigilant. Democracy survives not only through laws but through active public participation. Conclusion of 50 years later, 50 years, the emergency stands as both a warning against misuse of power, a reminder of the strength of the Indian democracy. It reminds us that the power must be exercised responsibility and that the citizens must safeguard democratic values. The emergency is not history. It is a continuing lesson for every generation. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Respected judges, my name is Niharika, a BTech first year student from Seetham Engineering College, VIZIANAGARAM. Now I am going to speak about one of the most critical turning points of Indian history. The emergency declared in 1975 as we mark 50 years of the historic event. It is an important reflect on what happened, why it happened, and what lessons it offers for Indian democracy. The emergency was declared on 25th June 1975 by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. It was proclaimed under Article 352 of the Indian Constitution, citing internal disturbance as the reason. At the same time, India was facing political unrest, economic difficulties, protests, and a court verdict challenging the Prime Minister's election. The government stated that the emergency was necessary to maintain stability and order in the country. 50 years later, the emergency stands as both a warning and a reformation of the Indian democratic spirit. It reminds us that power must be exercised responsibly. It also reassures us that the people of India believe deeply in democratic values. The emergency is not in democratic values. The emergency is not just a historic event. It is a lesson for every generation to safeguard democracy. Jai Hind and thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Avi. I am from first year CSC from Seetham College. It's great to see such a proactive coordination for the Viksit Bharat Youth Parliament 2026. Abhinay Manikanda, ma'am. Since the theme 50 years of emergency, lessons for the Indian democracy is both historically deep and constitutionally significant. The Constitution of India outlines 3 distinct types of emergencies and each governed by specific constitutional articles. A national emergency is addressed under the article of 352, which can be declared in the instance of wars, external aggressions, or armed rebellion. Article 356 provides for the president rules typically invoked which there is a failure of constitutional machinery any within a specific state. Finally, Article 360 deals with financial emergency which may be declared if the financial stable or wealth of India is under threat. The emergency between 1975 to 1977, coming to the proclamation declared on June 2025, 1975 on the grounds of international disturbances. The 42nd Amendment is known as the mini constitution. It attempted to reduce the power of judiciary and give supremacy to Parliament. And coming to rights affected, suspensions of fundamental rights, specifically Article 14, 19, 21 and Article 22. And coming to landmark cases, the Adam Jabalpur versus Shivankin Shukla in 1976, where the SC originally ruled the right to life could be suspended. Okay, thank you for giving this opportunity.
I request all the participants to come inside the auditorium. I request all the participants to come inside the auditorium.
Only the constant people will provide the freedom for the environment. And good afternoon to the experienced people and the judiciary members. My name is Ritika and I'm here to speak about the most important topic of today. And the first thing I just want to say about is the emergency of the 50 years. It's very important and this will remind us very kind of specific things. And as we already know that the emergency is kind of 3 types, and the first type is national emergency. It was declared as it is a mistake in the natural obedience or any kind of what. It is usually declared in the kind of what kind of things. And the second thing is presidency rule. It is basically done as we know that if any government is not basically done according to this constitutional rule, it is just implemented. And the third thing is financial emergencies. It is basically provided as we are tend to have any disturbances in the economic kind of things, and these are the more kind of emergencies which we declared. As we know that the previous 2 emergencies was declared after the wars and is very important, and now at the 1975 on 25th June it is just basically declared. It's to make our Indian people very calm. So it's not about any kind of other things. It only because to make the people suppress their voices and that kind of things was implemented. And it is very important for us to make sure that we are not fear of any kind of things. And it's not the main particular reason for that. So I just want to imagine a few seconds of the people like us. If we just suppressed our voices and we can't able to do it, this is the main important aspect as we know. And with this kind of things, it is very difficult for us to be motivated, and that kind of things is not just implemented. And I am here to speak about the lessons which we just needed to learn about this. The first lesson is we just need to be constantly aware of what's going on in this nature. So as irrespective of the branches, irrespective of the colleges, we just need to maintain the admiration of our nation, and we just need to know about what's going on in this culture. That's why we can able to protect our country at any kind of aspects. And the second thing is democracy is in our hands. It's not about any other people's hands. It's not about any particular kind of government. It's just about ourselves, and we just need to make it possible about knowing the things, and we just need to raise our voice with any kind of aspects. We just make sure that if anything is mistaken, we just need to put our voice forward and be courageous in learning any kind of things. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Hello everyone, myself Tarak Chandra and I am from JNTU. and today I was going to speak about emergency. So బేసిక్గా ఎమర్జెన్సీ అనేది జనరల్గా ఎప్పుడు వస్తుందంటే ఎప్పుడైనా వార్స్ జరిగినా లేకపోతే ఇంటర్నల్ రెబలియన్ విత్ ఆర్మ్డ్ రెబలియన్ జరిగినా సరే మనకేమవుతుందంటే ఈ ఎమర్జెన్సీ అనేది మనం పెడతాం. సో జనరల్గా మన ఇండియాలో 3 times మనకి ఎమర్జెన్సీ అయింది, కానీ అతి ముఖ్యంగా 3rd time మనం ఎమర్జెన్సీ గురించి మాట్లాడుకుంటాం. ఫస్ట్ 2 times ఒకటి ఇండో చైనా వార్ అండ్ సెకండ్ టైమ్ ఈజ్ ఇండియన్ పాకిస్తాన్ వార్. సో వార్స్ వచ్చాయి కాబట్టి ఎమర్జెన్సీ చేశారు. 3rd time ఏం చేశారంటే ఇంటర్నల్ స్ట్రైఫ్ అని చెప్పేసి ఎమర్జెన్సీ క్రియేట్ చేశారు. సో ఇంటర్నల్ స్ట్రైఫ్ ఈజ్ నాట్ అ వెరీ గుడ్ రీజన్ టు స్టార్ట్ అన్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ. సో యాక్చువల్లీ ఇందిరాగాంధీ గారు 1975లో ఎప్పుడైతే ఎమర్జెన్సీ ప్రకటించారో అప్పుడే చాలా స్ట్రైక్స్ అనేవి జరిగాయి. అండ్ ఏమైందంటే ఎమర్జెన్సీ ప్రకటించిన వెంటనే చెప్పింది ఏంటంటే ఫండమెంటల్ రైట్స్ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో అవన్నీ తీసేయడం జరిగింది. సో ఫండమెంటల్ రైట్స్ తీసేస్తే జనరల్గా ఒక మనిషి బయటికి వెళ్ళి బతకాలి అంటే ఖచ్చితంగా తనకు ఉండాల్సింది రైట్ టు స్పీక్ అండ్ రైట్ టు ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ హిస్ ఫీలింగ్స్ అండ్ రైట్ టు డూ హిస్ జాబ్. ఎప్పుడైతే ఫండమెంటల్ రైట్స్ తీసేశారో చాలా మంది ప్రజలు బయటికి వెళ్ళి ఏం చేయాలో కూడా తెలియని పరిస్థితి. ఆ పరిస్థితుల్లో ఏమైందంటే ఎంతో మంది వాళ్ళ భావాలను తెలుపుకోవడానికి బయటికి వెళ్ళిన ప్రతి ఒక్కరు more than 1 lakh people have been arrested without any intimation or without any trials, and many of the politicians have been arrested. వాళ్ళు ఎలా అరెస్ట్ చేశారంటే వాళ్ళు అరెస్ట్ చేసిన తర్వాత వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీతో మాట్లాడడానికి కూడా వీల్లేదు, అలా అరెస్ట్ చేసి అందరినీ ఒక దగ్గర పెట్టేసి ఇందిరాగాంధీ ఇలా చేసిన తర్వాత ఇలా చేయడానికి ముఖ్యమైన కారణం ఏంటంటే దానికి ముందే ఇప్పుడు దాకా చాలా మంది చెప్పారు ఏంటంటే ఓన్లీ వన్ థింగ్ ఈజ్ హర్ పోస్ట్ యాజ్ అ ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ ఈజ్ ఇన్ ట్రబుల్, అండ్ దట్స్ ద ఓన్లీ థింగ్ ఐ కెన్ సీ యాజ్ అ రీజన్. తను ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్గా ఉండడం ఒక ట్రబుల్ అనే ఒకే ఒక కారణంతో తను ఎమర్జెన్సీని పెట్టారనమాట. సో చాలా మంది చాలా సఫర్ అయ్యారు. అండ్ యాజ్ at a certain point of time ఎలా అయిందంటే ఇండియన్ గవర్నమెంట్ అనేది వెరీ సెంట్రలైజ్డ్ గవర్నమెంట్ కింద తయారైపోయింది. అంటే ఆల్ ద పవర్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియన్ గవర్నమెంట్ హ్యాస్ కేమ్ టు ఎ వెరీ స్పెసిఫిక్ పర్సన్, దట్ ఈస్ ఇందిరాగాంధీ. సో ఇలా జరగడం వల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే యాజ్ భగవద్గీతలో మనకి ఒక శ్లోకం ఉంటుంది, యథా యథా హి ధర్మస్య గ్లానిర్భవతి భారత అభ్యుత్థానమ ధర్మస్య తదాత్మానం సృజామ్యహం పరిత్రాణాయ సాధూనాం వినాశాయ దుష్కృతాం ధర్మ సంస్థాపనార్థాయ సంభవామి యుగే యుగే. ఎప్పుడైతే చెడు ఎక్కువ అవుతుందో, ఐ మీన్ నాట్ చెడు అంటే ఇందిరాగాంధీ అని కాదు, ఎప్పుడైతే ఇంజస్టిస్ అనేది ఎక్కువైపోతుందో అప్పుడు ఖచ్చితంగా రెబలియన్ అనేది ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. అలాగే దీంట్లో కల్కి ఎప్పుడైతే ఇంజస్టిస్ ఎక్కువైపోతుందో వస్తారని చెప్పారు. కానీ 1975 to 1977లో we people have become Kalki, and in the elections of 1977 we destroyed the injustice, and that's the only thing that I can say right now, that is people are the backbone of the democracy. So, and the thing is, along with people, the most important beings in a democracy are the youth. Youth have played a very crucial role in most of the events where we have successfully gained our respect, and we have successfully gained what in name in our whole world. Youth played a very crucial role. So today I was going to say that youth are the best thing, and youth are the best protectors of our democracy. So everyone, I'm here to say that finally, thank you for giving this opportunity, and hope judges, thank you for giving this opportunity. Hope everyone will perform well, and thank you.
Good afternoon to all. Myself Shanti, and I am from first year CLC, JNTU GV. Today, now I am here to share all my thoughts about one of the most turning point of crucial Indian history. Emergency in the year 1975 by Indira Gandhi, our oldest Prime Minister, declared the emergency in the year 1975 on the Article 3 52, what happened in the emergency is suspension of fundamental rights. Means fundamental rights ni kuda నిలిపివేసేశారు. అండ్ ప్రెస్ సెన్సర్షిప్ అంటే ప్రకటన కూడా మనం ఇవ్వకూడదు. అండ్ అరెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ అపోనెంట్ లీడర్స్ని కూడా అరెస్ట్ చేసేవారు. అండ్ స్ట్రైక్స్, ప్రొటెస్ట్ వీటిని కూడా బ్యాన్ చేస్తారు అట్ ద టైమ్ ఆఫ్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ. సో వీ కెన్ సే how crucially our India was led at the time of emergency period. But now our India is not like that. So we have all rights and we have freedom. We have freedom to speech and we have freedom to express our thoughts and freedom. We have right to equality and right to education. We have all rights and freedom. What Abraham Lincoln said about democracy is government of the people, by the people and for the people. That means government formed by the people and leaders were elected by the people, and also government works for the people. The meaning of this, which was said by Abraham Lincoln, is as usually this. And this Viksit Bharat was declared by our current Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That means for the year 1947 to make our India as a developed country. So development in infrastructure and also development in economy and also good education is also provided. So ఇవన్నీ ప్రాసెసింగ్లో ఉన్నాయి. సో ఇవన్నీ జరిగితే ఖచ్చితంగా our India is turned as a developed country. And also to make a country as a developed, so leaders, government has a main role. So we all have responsibility to elect a correct leader. And also be youth has main role on the development of country. So we all take it as our responsibility. And మనందరం కూడా ఒక స్టెప్ ఫార్వర్డ్ వేయాలి దీనికోసం, టు మేక్ ఇట్ యాజ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ కంట్రీ. దీన్ని మనం వికసిత్ భారత్ని సక్సెస్ చేయాలంటే వి ఆల్ టేక్ ఇట్ యాజ్ ఎ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ. జై హింద్.
Good afternoon to everyone. This is Purokta from CSC first year. Today I am here to rise to speak on Viksit Bharat. Before speaking that, I want to ask a question. Do you all know what did Viksit Bharat mean? Anyone from the gallery? Viksit Bharat. A Viksit Bharat means it's a dream of transforming India into a developed country, developed nation. India is one of the most fastest growing economies in the world. But development is about only GDP? No, it is also based on a major areas that quality education for every child. Every child requires a quality education and equality for both men and women and children. Women also needs an equality in all the areas and employment opportunities. Till India is also, many people are lagging are waiting for jobs. This must be stopped. And we need a clean and green environment. Development is not only the responsibility of the government, it's also the responsibility of the youth. Our youth is worried about their future? Are we worried about their future? No, nobody is worried about their future. Everyone is posting videos on Instagrams and wasting their time. Is everyone fighting for their rules or their basic fundamental rights?
No, not even 1% of people are also from the youth is not spending their time to develop the country. If all we work together, we must make it possible. The major roles of the youth that must be followed are everyone should develop their skills and they must fight for the corruption to be stopped and respect diversity and equality. If we work together with honesty, discipline and dedication, Viksit Bharat is not a dream. It will be the reality. Thank you for this opportunity.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected dignitary and my dear friends, today I stand in front of you to speak about 50 years of democracy and lessons what we are learned from it. In the year 1975, then Honorable Prime Minister Srimati Indira Gandhi imposed national emergency due to the cause of
What is
internal...
your good name? What is your good name?
Vaibhav, sir. Due to the cause of internal trouble. The internal trouble itself, political instability, corruption allegations, economic collapse, and in highly inflation prices. She imposed, and the main reason is that her electoral mispractice. Then Allahabad High Court said that she was no longer eligible to be a member of Parliament and to be disqualified. And she would resign as Prime Minister as soon as possible. She appealed in the higher court, and the higher court give a condition stay about it. She may be the Prime Minister until the court give the judgment. So declared national emergency. Then after forced sterilizations, and we have 4 pillars of democracy: judiciary, legislative, executive, and the famous one, the press. All are be censored, all are banned. The state governments has been dissolved by the central government. The executive works under the Prime Minister. The judiciary was given holidays, and the judges were sent on leave, and the press was censored. Forced sterilizations happened to control the population. Slums were demolished to make slums were demolished because they are not up to the mark of the buildings. Then, and so many socialist leaders like Jayaprakash Narayan ji, and then her contemporary person who can be the Prime Minister of this country, Morarji Desai, rightist leader, former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, and our L.K. Advani ji. All are put behind a bus with no trial for the period of 21 months. Then after the 21 months of internal emergency, she held elections, but she lost badly in her own constituency. The Janata Party came, and the Janata Party stricted the emergency norms. Without the advice of the cabinet, the emergency should not be imposed by the President of India. No one person can decide. No one person can decide the fate of this country. The Council of Ministers must approve the emergency bill and should be passed in the Parliament, passed by the both houses, the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, with a 2/3 of majority. Until and unless the emergency should not be imposed. After 90s, it was imposed by the Morarji Desai government. They stricted the emergency laws. After 1971, due to political instability, his government was collapsed. And you know what? The most funny thing? Again, in 1980, elections were held. The same Indira Gandhi ji came to power with an absolute bumper majority, 352 Lok Sabha seats out of 517 something. I don't know exact number. So it's not about what we learned from the emergency, it's about what the leaders at that time learned from the emergency. Today, emergency cannot be imposed directly due to the efforts of the Janata Party government and their cabinet. Today, we never seen emergency period like that. And due to the leaders who have accountability and integrity, the emergency never be imposed. We again got the situation of emergency like situation in 1999. when the government was in unstable condition, when we are on the verge of war, then the Prime Minister of our country was Atal Bihari Vajpayee sir. He can impose the emergency at that time due to the reasons of political instability and the verge of war with Pakistan, as shown as the Kashmiri insurgency or Kashmiri instability. But he never did that. He lost the prime ministership by the one vote. By the one vote, he lost his prime ministership. You know what he said? It's a famous speech. I have to say it in Hindi. सत्ता का खेल तो चलेगा, सरकारें आएगी जाएगी, पार्टियां बनेगी बिगड़ेंगी, मगर ये देश रहना चाहिए, इस देश का लोकतंत्र अमर रहना चाहिए. This nation should believe, and this nation democracy and constitution should believe. Then he resigned. So, due to the integrity of the leadership of Vajpayee ji and our Prime Minister until Modi sir, we are not seeing any emergency situation like that. Today you see our neighbors, mostly any neighborhood, there was no democracy at all. The democracy was strengthened by the Moraji Desai's Janata Party and his government. Today
Last
we are
20 seconds.
enjoying it. Long live Constitution, long live democracy. Samvidhan Amar Rahe. Jai Hind.
Respected judges and my dear friends, a very warmful good afternoon to one and all. My name is Prashant from MVZR College of Engineering. Today I am here to share some of the information about 50 years of emergency and Indian democracy. When I hear the word emergency, it's not like a political event occurred on 1975. 1975 declared by the Indira Gandhi. I think of the question that what happens when power become strengthened instead of people. In 50 years ago, India faced this question. The fundamental rights were suspended and many of the political leaders were arrested and newspapers was censored and fear replaced the freedom. For 21 months, democracy did not disappear, but it was on the hold. I think in my point of view, it was a frightening. Because democracy has three pillars. The main three pillars are, first one is it all about expression and it all about disagreement and right to question. In generation of 1975, in 1975 generation, they experienced that what if means loss of freedom, and they come across the roads to protest even if they don't know whether they return home or not. Now let me speak about our generation. We never experienced that criticized situations like that, and many of our friends thought that the story of emergency, but instead of what we have learned from the emergency. But my honest opinion is, sometimes I feel we take democracy for granted. We debate, but do we deeply understand? We react, but we deeply reflect, and we share information, but we verify it. In 1975, information was controlled, but in today's generation, information was uncontrolled. This is the major difference. And freedom was restricted by the authorities, but now generation, freedom was unauthorized by the. And by the conclusion, for me, the biggest lesson after 50 years, democracy does not die only when rights are removed. It does slowly when citizens are stop caring. And I hopeful that because same country that faced the emergency are also voted end of it. And the same people of India in that time faced emergency and they returned end of the emergency by their voting. And finally, I will conclude that democracy is not government property, it's ours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, respected citizens who are presented here. My name is Mohanapriya from Lendi Institute of Engineering and Technology. I am honored to speak on 50 years of emergency on the theme Youth Responsibility. Here is my question. Why 2026 should care about 1975? Lord Acton once said, "Power tends corrupt and absolute power corrupts absolutely." The emergency held in 1975 proved us how quickly authorities can suspended when authorities were unchecked. For today's youth, that moment may feel like history, but its lessons remain urgent and alive. The emergency was a warning that democracy is never self-sustaining. It showed how excuse me. It showed how civil liberties could curtailed overnight, how media voices could be silenced, and how institutions could bend under pressure. But the real lesson is not about fear, it's about vigilance. Democracy survives only when citizens, especially young, being aware, engaged, and responsible. In 2026, the challenges look different. The responsibility of the young is not just to speak, but to be aware, engaged, and responsible. Social media activism can amplify voices, but it can also spread misinformation and deepen polarization. For today's youth is not just to speak, but to think critically, to verify, and to ensure that activism can amplify voices, but to ensure that activism is informed rather than impulsive. Right comes with duties, and the duty of young citizens is to question, to participate, and to be responsible. And now I conclude that if 1975 was a warning, then 2026 should be a commitment to protect democratic values, not just through memory, but through participation, but through awareness and participation. The young citizens and the future of democracy rest on the shoulders of young, and it will endure only if we choose vigilance over apathy and engagement over silence. Democracy is safest when the youngest cares the most, and the care should not be just in words, but in responsibility. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Good afternoon to respected teachers, judges, and my dear friends. I am Sureka Ushasri, currently pursuing my BTech first year in Lendi Institute of Engineering and Technology. Today I stand before you to speak about a topic, not just a subject of discussion, but it is the responsibility we all share, that is safeguarding our democratic dawn. Democracy is not merely the self of governance, but it is the soul of our nation. Democratic dawn gifted us the freedom of speech, freedom of liberty, and it is also shows the equality before law. Democracy means human rights, and when India chooses the power over the people, then the democracy is truly available. And safeguarding India's democratic dawn means protecting our constitution, preserving our unity in diversity, and standing firm for truth and justice. From press censorship to digital surveillance, are we truly free? On June 25th, 1975, under the Article 352 of the Constitution, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi declared national emergency. Civil liberties were suspended and political parties were denied. But today, 50 years later, our purpose is not to narrate history, it is to understand its lessons. 50 years after, the question rises is about not the India is democratic, but the question rises is how you make it democratic. The Constitution gives us rights, but it also gives us responsibilities. Technology is evolved, governance has evolved, society has evolved, but liberty must not to be evolved. But liberty must remain constant, because in the end, democracy survives not by the power alone, but by the vigilance of citizens. Let us remember the lessons of 1975, not with fear, not with bias, but with the awareness. Let us choose vigilance, let us choose responsibility, let us choose democracy. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Good afternoon to all respected dignitaries, faculty members and dear friends. A warm welcome to the inauguration ceremony of the Viksit Bharat Youth Parliament.
Today's event celebrates youth leadership, democratic values, and the vision of a developed India.
Youth Parliament provides a platform where ideas meet responsibility and discussion shape the future of our nation.
I am Talari Varshita Spurti.
I am Jangam Sumati.
And I am Talaprolu Nagashivkumath. Together, we are honored to host today's ceremony.
We request co-convener of this session, NP Bharat Kumar Garu, District Youth Officer, to grace the dais.
We request convener of this session, Sri V. Manukumar Sir, NSS Program Coordinator, to kindly grace the dais.
We request our Honorable Principal of Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, GURAJADA, VIZIANAGARAM, Dr. KCB Rao Sir, to kindly grace the dais.
I request our Honorable Registrar of Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, GURAJADA, VIZIANAGARAM, Dr. G. Jayasoma Madam, to kindly grace the dais.
I request Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, GURAJADA, VIZIANAGARAM, Professor V.V. Subbarao Garu, to kindly grace the dais.
I request our Chief Guest, Sri Appalnaidu Kalisetti Garu, Member of Parliament, Vijayanagram Constituency, to kindly grace the dais.
Let us begin by honoring our nation. Kindly raise for the Vande Mataram song.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam Shupalam, Malayaj Sheetalam, Sashashyaamalam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Subrajoshna पुलकितयामिनीं पुल्लकुसुमिता द्रुमदरशोभिनीं सुहासिनीं सुमधुरभाषिणीं सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरम्.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Every successful beginning seeks divine blessings.
We invite our dignitaries to light the ceremonial lamp symbolizing knowledge and enlightenment.
Meanwhile, the prayer song will be presented.
Now I request the co-convener of this session, NP Bharat Kumar Garu, District Youth Officer, Mera Yuva Bharat, Vizianagaram, to deliver the opening remarks.
వేదిక మీద ఉన్న పెద్దలకు, నా ముందున్న చిన్నారులకు, ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ కంగ్రాచులేషన్స్. మీ కాలేజెస్ నుండి విజయనగరం డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ని రిప్రజెంట్ చేస్తున్నందుకు యూత్ పార్లమెంట్లో. సో ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ నేను ఈ యూత్ పార్లమెంట్ అనేది ఎందుకు కండక్ట్ చేస్తారనేది చెప్తాను. యాక్చువల్గా ఏంటంటే ఫస్ట్ ప్రశ్నించే తత్వం అనేది మనకు ఎప్పుడంటే ఎక్కువగా ఉంటుంది, మనలో అడ్రినల్ రష్ ఎప్పుడు ఎక్కువ ఉంటే అప్పుడు అనమాట. సో మనకున్న ఈ యంగ్ స్టేజ్లో we should question, we should take the answer from the people who are responsible అనమాట. సో నేనేమంటానంటే మీలో ఆ జీల్ ఉన్నా సరే దీనికంటూ ఒక ప్లాట్ఫామ్ క్రియేట్ చేయడానికి గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా హ్యాస్ డిజైన్డ్ ఎ కాన్సెప్ట్ యూత్ పార్లమెంట్ ఇన్ ఎవ్రీ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ అనమాట. సో యూ పీపుల్, యూత్ ఆఫ్ విజయనగరం డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ ఆర్ రిప్రజెంటింగ్ విజయనగరం డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ at this level. Who are the winners at this level will be representing at state level. And for the last few years ఎవరైతే స్టేట్ లెవెల్లో విన్ అవుతున్నారో వాళ్ళు పార్లమెంట్లో దే విల్ బి స్పీకింగ్ ఆన్ ఎ టాపిక్ విచ్ విల్ బి గివెన్. ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకుంటే డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ లెవెల్లో మీ టాపిక్ వచ్చి 50 years ఆఫ్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ. మన ఎమర్జెన్సీలో ఎటువంటి ఇబ్బందులు ఎదుర్కొన్నాం, అది కరెక్టా కాదా, ఒక్కొక్కరు పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూ ఒక్కొక్కలా ఉంటుంది. సో అదంతా రిప్రజెంట్ చేయడానికి గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా హ్యాస్ గివెన్ యూ పీపుల్ ఏ ప్లాట్ఫామ్ అనమాట. దానికి మన పార్లమెంటరీ అయినా సార్ కలిసేటప్పుడు రావడం చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉంది. బికాస్ యూత్ పాలిటిక్స్లోకి రావాలి, అత్యధికంగా యూత్ జనాభా ఉన్న దేశంగా మనం ఉన్నాం, కానీ యూత్ చాలా తక్కువ ఉన్నారు. సో మనకు ఒక రోల్ మోడల్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్గా సార్ ఉంటారు. ఎందుకంటే సాధారణమైన కార్యకర్త నుండి ఈరోజు ఒక మెంబర్ ఆఫ్ పార్లమెంట్గా ఉన్నారంటే he'll be inspiration for many people who got no platform actually. So sir, thank you sir for gracing this event. And me speech కోసం వెయిట్ చేస్తున్నారు సార్. So I would like to conclude my speech over here and thank you and all the best. I think విజయనగరం స్టేట్ లెవెల్కే కాకుండా అక్కడ నుంచి ఢిల్లీలో కూడా మీరు రిప్రజెంట్ చేయాలని, మన విజయనగరం డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ రిప్రజెంట్ చేయాలని కోరుకుంటూ థ్యాంక్ యూ అండి.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words.
It's our privilege to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Viksit Bharat, to address the gathering.
Sabaki namaskaram. Today's chief guest, Honorable Member of the Parliament, Vikasit Bharat garu, మరియు ఇతర పెద్దలకు, వేదిక ముందున్న
అఫీషియల్స్కి, విద్యార్థులందరికీ నమస్కారం. సమయం ఎక్కువ లేదు కాబట్టి నేను జస్ట్ ఒక 2-3 minutes. ద టైటిల్ మీరు చూస్తుంటే వికసిత్ భారత్ 2047. మీకు ఈ కాంపిటీషన్స్లో వీటిల్లో మీరు తెలుసుకుని ఉంటారు. వికసిత్ భారత్ 2047 అంటే మరి ఏం అర్థం చేసుకున్నారో. మన దేశము 100 సంవత్సరాలు 2047 వచ్చేసరికి డెవలప్డ్ నేషన్గా ఆవిర్భవించాలి. ఇప్పుడు ప్రజెంట్ మనం డెవలపింగ్ కంట్రీగానే ఉన్నాము, డెవలప్డ్ కంట్రీగా వెళ్ళాలి. అలాగే 100 yearsకి సెల్ఫ్ రిలయన్స్ అంటే మన కాళ్ళ మీద మనం నిలబడాలి. అది ముఖ్య ఉద్దేశం యొక్క ఈ వికసిత్ భారత్ 2047. దానికి యూత్ ఒక డ్రైవింగ్ ఫోర్స్ కావాలి అనే ఉద్దేశంతో మన ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు ఈ కాన్సెప్ట్ని తీసుకురావటం జరిగింది. సో ఈ ప్లాట్ఫామ్లో వికసిత్ భారత్ సెల్ఫ్ రిలయన్స్. ఆనరబుల్ ఎంపీ గారు సార్ ఒక 2 minutes మా యూనివర్సిటీ గురించి యాజ్ వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్గా నా విజన్ గురించి ఒక 2 minutes సార్. నేను అక్టోబర్లో వచ్చాను, మీకు అందరికీ తెలుసు. యూనివర్సిటీ ఈజ్ మూవింగ్. ఐ వాంటెడ్ టు మేక్ ద యూనివర్సిటీ యాజ్ ఏ సెల్ఫ్ రిలయన్స్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ అండి. ఆ భాగంగానే యూనివర్సిటీ ఉత్తరాంధ్రలో బ్యాక్వర్డ్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్లో ఉంది కానివ్వండి, టెక్నాలజీ పరంగా ఉత్తరాంధ్ర యూనివర్సిటీ బ్యాక్వర్డ్లో లేదు అని చెప్పడం కోసమే ఏ స్టూడెంట్ సర్వీస్ అయినా 24 గంటల్లో ఇచ్చే యూనివర్సిటీ ఏదైనా ఉందంటే JNTU జీవీనండి. ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో ఏ స్టేట్లోనే సరే, ఇది మన ఎంటైర్ స్టేట్లో ఏ యూనివర్సిటీ ఇవ్వదండి 24 hours. ప్రొవిజనల్ సర్టిఫికేట్ కానివ్వండి, లేకపోతే ఒరిజినల్ డిగ్రీ కానివ్వండి, 24 hours ఇచ్చే సర్వీస్ని మేము ఇస్తున్నామండి. ప్లస్ రెండోది మా ఉద్దేశం ద క్యాంపస్ స్మార్ట్ అండ్ ఫిట్ క్యాంపస్గా కావాలనేది. దాని మీద దృష్టి పెట్టే మా స్టూడెంట్స్కి వాళ్ళ యొక్క ఫుడ్ కానీ వాళ్ళ యొక్క హ్యాబిట్స్ని కానీ మార్చాలని మేము ఆ డ్రైవ్లో చేస్తున్నామండి. దానిలో భాగంగానే యూనివర్సిటీ హెల్త్ అవర్ విత్ నేచర్ అని ఎవ్రీ సాటర్డే మేము అబ్జర్వ్ చేస్తూ ఉంటాండి. ఈ సాటర్డే సెకండ్ సాటర్డే అయితే ఫ్రైడే స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాండి 4 to 5. అందరూ కూడా స్టూడెంట్స్, స్టాఫ్ అందరూ కూడానండి. ఇక్కడ ఈ క్యాంపస్ చాలా అద్భుతమైన బ్యూటిఫుల్ క్యాంపస్ అండి. ఇంత అద్భుతమైన క్యాంపస్ రాష్ట్రంలో ఏ యూనివర్సిటీకి లేదండి. మన JNTU జీవీకే ఉందండి. దీనికి కాస్త ఇప్పుడే మొదలుపెట్టాం మెయింటెనెన్స్ ఇవన్నీ, క్లీన్ అండ్ గ్రీన్ ఇవన్నీ కొంచెం మెయింటెనెన్స్ చేస్తే చాలా అందమైన క్యాంపస్గా రూపుదిద్దుకుంటుందండి. ప్రిన్సిపల్ సెక్రటరీ గారు కోనా శశిధర్ గారు అన్నారు, ఎక్సలెంట్ క్యాంపస్ అంటే మీరు సచ్ ఏ బ్యూటిఫుల్ క్యాంపస్ యూ హ్యావ్ అని ఆయన చెప్పారు. మీకు ఏ క్యాంపస్ సపోర్ట్ కావాలన్నా కానీ మేము చేస్తా ఉన్నారండి. రెండోది యూనివర్సిటీలో సార్ ఇంకొక ఇనిషియేటివ్ ఏంటంటేనండి, యూనివర్సిటీ JNTU జీవీకి ఎవరు వచ్చినా సరేనండి ఉద్యోగం ఇచ్చి పంపిస్తామండి. అది దానికి మొన్న 25వ తారీఖున వెబ్ పేజ్ లాంచ్ చేసామండి. JNTU జీవీలోని వెబ్ పేజ్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ టు ది అన్ఎంప్లాయిడ్ యూత్ అని వెబ్ పేజ్ ఇచ్చామండి. అందులో ఎవరైనా రిజిస్టర్ చేసుకోవచ్చండి. ఎవ్రీ మంత్ మేము వాటిని రివ్యూ చేసండి అప్లికేషన్స్. స్కిల్స్ ఉంటే ఉద్యోగం ఇచ్చేస్తామంటే, స్కిల్స్ లేకపోతే కనుక వాళ్ళకి ట్రైనింగ్ ఇచ్చి ఉద్యోగం ఎంప్లాయ్ చేస్తామండి. అది నిర్మాణ్ అని ఒక NGO ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఉందండి. ఆయన ఓనర్ ఎవరో కాదండి, పట్నాల మయూర్ అని మన విజయనగరం వాస్తవుడు అండి. ఆయన బిర్లా ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆఫ్ టెక్నాలజీ బిట్స్ ఓల్డ్ స్టూడెంట్ అండి. ఆయనతో కలిసి JNTU జీవీ అండి. రాష్ట్రంలో ఇది కూడా ఎవ్వరూ లేదండి, ఒక JNTU జీవీ అండి. ఇంత ఓపెన్గా ఒక వెబ్ పేజ్ని డిజైన్ చేసి వెబ్ పేజ్లో చేసి ఎవరైనా రానివ్వండి ఉద్యోగం ఇచ్చే బాధ్యత మాదండి. ఆ ఇనిషియేటివ్ కూడా తీసుకున్నాం సార్. ఇది నా కోరిక ఏంటంటేనండి, టెక్నాలజీ అందుబాటులోకి వెళ్ళాలి. ప్రతి ఒక్క పేదవాడి దగ్గరికి కూడా టెక్నాలజీ వెళ్ళాలి, అది అందుబాటులోకి రావాలి, అతనికి భారం కాకూడదనే ఉద్దేశంతో మేము ఇదివరకు తత్కాల్ స్కీమ్ అనే స్కీమ్ను కూడా రద్దు చేసి మేము 24 గంటల్లో ఈ సర్వీసులు ఇవ్వాలని నిర్ణయించి ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తున్నాం సార్. సో ఇక్కడ టెక్నాలజీ మేము ఇన్ని చేస్తున్నాం కానీ వీటికి కూడా బయట నుంచి తెచ్చుకోలేదు సార్. మా స్టూడెంట్స్ మా స్టాఫే టెక్నాలజీ ఇన్హౌస్ టెక్నాలజీ అండి, కాంట్రాక్ట్లో తీసుకుని హైర్ చేసుకునేది ఏదో ఆ విధంగా టెక్నాలజీని మేమే డెవలప్ చేసుకోవడం జరిగింది ఈ క్యాంపస్లోని. మీరు అందరూ కూడా వికసిత్ భారత్ మనం సెల్ఫ్ రిలయన్స్ కావాలనే కోరుకుంటున్నాము. సో ఈరోజు మన ఎంపీ గారు వచ్చారు, ఆయన ద్వారా కూడా ఈ యూత్ పార్లమెంటు గురించి ఆయన మాట్లాడతారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ అండి. మీ అందరితో ఈరోజు నిలబడే సమయం ఎక్కువ లేదు, ఇది లంచ్ టైం కాబట్టి కాస్త ఎక్కువసేపు మాట్లాడటానికి అవ్వలేదు, చాలా విషయాలు ఉన్నాయి. తప్పకుండా మరి ఒక అవకాశంలో నేను అందరితోటి మాట్లాడతా అండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ అండి.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insight.
Now, Saket of 4th BTech Mechanical Engineering branch will come forward to speak a few words about Sri Appalnaidu Kalisetti Garu, Member of Parliament, Vizianagaram constituency.
Respected dignitaries, faculty members, and my dear friends, I wish to introduce myself as Saket Jonakuti, 4th BTech Mechanical Engineering Department. Today, I would like to speak about Sri Kalisetti Appalnaidu Garu, a dedicated public servant and a member of parliament from the Vizianagaram constituency of Andhra Pradesh, representing the Telugu Desam Party. Born with humble beginnings, he began his career as a journalist and later entered public life with a strong commitment to serving society. Over the years, he worked at grassroots levels, including serving as a market committee chairman and training party workers, which helped him understand the real problems of the people. In the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, he was elected as a member of parliament, reflecting the trust and confidence people have in his leadership. He is known for his dedication to the development and welfare in the northern Andhra Pradesh. Sri Appalnaidu Garu has taken several notable initiatives. He donated his first month's salary to support the development of Amaravati, the people's capital of Andhra Pradesh, showing his commitment to the state's progress. He has also supported social welfare measures, including financial initiatives, encouraging girl child welfare and family support, demonstrating concern for social balance and women's empowerment. As an MP, he has spoken about regional development, irrigation projects, public property protection, and growth of Visakhapatnam and northern Andhra Pradesh. His vision focuses on development, youth empowerment, and improving living standards. His journey reminds us that leadership is not about power, but about service. Through dedication, simplicity, and commitment to public welfare, Sri Kalisetti Appalnaidu Garu continues to work for the progress of Andhra Pradesh and the nation. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
With immense honor, we invite our chief guest, Sri Appalnaidu Kalisetti Garu, Member of Parliament, Vizianagaram constituency, to deliver the inaugural address.
ముందుగా మీ అందరికీ సారీ చెప్తున్నా. సహజంగా ప్రోగ్రాం చాలా అవర్స్లో నడుస్తుంది లేట్గా. సో మార్నింగ్ 7 నుంచి స్టార్ట్ అయ్యాం విలేజ్ ఇంటి నుంచి. విలేజ్లో 4-5 ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ చూసుకుని రావడం వల్ల లేట్ అయింది. అగైన్ సారీ, ఎందుకంటే లంచ్ అవర్ మీకు ఎలాగా ఆకలి వేస్తుంటుంది. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఈరోజు వేదిక పైన ఉన్న వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ సుబ్బారావు గారు, యూత్ ఆఫీసర్ గారు, వేదిక మీద ఉన్న పెద్దలందరికీ కూడా పేరు పైన హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. ఈరోజు వికసిత్ భారత్ 2047 ఇది యూత్లో, అలాగే మన ప్రతి పౌరుల్లో, భారతీయులందరూ పౌరుల్లో కూడా ఇది ఒక స్థానం కావాలి. ప్రధానంగా గౌరవ ప్రధానమంత్రి గారు నరేంద్ర మోదీ గారు ఈ దేశం అభివృద్ధి జరగాలి, ఇప్పుడు అభివృద్ధి చెందుతున్న దేశంతో పాటు 47కి ఖచ్చితంగా ప్రపంచంలో నెంబర్ 1 ప్లేస్కి రావాలనే ఒక ఆలోచనతో మనం ముందుకెళ్తున్నాం. దానికి యువకులు బాధ్యత తీసుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. ఈరోజు ఒక లక్ష్యం, ఏదైతే మనం ఒక పట్టుదలతో లక్ష్యాన్ని చేరాలని మనం ప్రయత్నం చేస్తామో అది ఇప్పుడు కూడా ఈ ప్రయాణంలో చిన్న ఇబ్బందులు వచ్చినా సరే అధిగమించుకుంటూ ముందుకెళ్ళవలసిన అవసరం ఉంది. ఈరోజు మనం గౌరవ ప్రధానమంత్రి నరేంద్ర మోదీ గారు ఈ భారతదేశానికి ప్రపంచానికి ఒక గురువుగా ఉన్నప్పుడు కూడా ఇక్కడున్న సమస్యలు మనకు తెలుసు. ఆ సమస్యలు కూడా అధిగమించి ఈరోజు ప్రపంచానికి ఒక మార్గదర్శిగా నిల్చున్నారు భారతదేశం. దానంతటికి కారణం ప్రధానమంత్రి గారు ఒక పాజిటివ్ యాక్టివిటీస్, ప్రజల పట్ల, దేశం పట్ల వారికి ఉన్న అంకిత భావం, దానంతటి కూడా మనం తీసుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. ముఖ్యంగా యువకులు చాలా ఒక పాజిటివ్ యాక్టివిటీస్లో ఉండాలి. లక్ష్యాన్ని చేరాలనుకున్నప్పుడు ఇబ్బందులు ఎదుర్కోవాలి, ఇబ్బందులు వచ్చేటప్పుడు అవి స్టెప్గా తీసుకోవాలి, అది దాంట్లో లెసన్గా తీసుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉందని మీకు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, ఈరోజు JNTU గురజాడ వారు కళాశాలలో ఈరోజు మనం ఈ కార్యక్రమం చేసుకుంటున్నాం. గురజాడ వారంటే మనకి గుర్తొచ్చేది వారి పట్టుదల. దేశం అంటే మట్టి కాదు, దేశం అంటే మనుషులనే ఒక మన సారాంశాన్ని మనం తీసుకొని మనం ఈ దేశానికి ఏమిస్తున్నాం, మన దేశం మనకేమిచ్చింది, మన పెద్దలు ఏమిచ్చారు, మన భావితరులకు మనం ఏమిస్తున్నాం అనే ఆలోచనతో ప్రతి ఒక్కరు ఉండవలసిన అవసరం ఉంది. సో ఈరోజు వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ గారు నాకు ప్రాంగణం అంతా చూస్తున్నప్పుడు నాకు అనిపించింది ఒకటే, ఒక సంకల్పం, ఒక ఆలోచన. వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్స్ అంటే ఒక టీం వర్క్ చేసే విధానాన్ని మనం తీసుకోవాలి. వారు చెప్తుంటే చాలా సహజంగా ఈ వర్క్ అంతా చేయకపోతే వారికి వచ్చిన శాలరీస్ కానీ వచ్చిన ఫెసిలిటీస్ కానీ ఏమీ కోత జరగవు. కానీ ఒక బాధ్యత, ఆ బాధ్యతని మనం తీసుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. స్టూడెంట్గా మీకు కూడా ఎందుకు చెప్తున్నామంటే, ఇక్కడ చదువుకోవడానికి వచ్చాం, నాలెడ్జ్ కావాలి, సర్టిఫికేట్ కావాలి, మనకున్న బాధ్యత అది రెండే కాదు. ఈ సమాజం, ఈ సమాజానికి, మన భారతదేశానికి మనం ఇవ్వగలగాలి. ఆ దిశలో ఆలోచించాలి. ఎందుకంటే మన క్రమశిక్షణ, మన బాధ్యతలు ఎప్పుడు కూడా అవి విస్మరించకూడదు. దానిని ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్ళాలి. మన అధ్యాపకులు కానీ, తల్లిదండ్రులు కానీ, పెద్దలు కానీ ఎవరైతే మనకి సూచించిన సూక్తులు అయితే ఉన్నాయో, మాటలైతే ఉన్నాయో అవి ఆచరణలో పెట్టాలి. ముఖ్యంగా ఉన్న టెక్నాలజీ, ఎందుకంటే మేము చదువుకున్న రోజుల్లో కానీ, మీ సార్స్ చదువుకున్న రోజుల్లో కానీ టెక్నాలజీ లేవు, బుక్స్కే ఆధారం. కానీ ఇప్పుడు బుక్స్తో పాటు టెక్నాలజీ కూడా అందుబాటులోకి వచ్చింది. ఆ టెక్నాలజీని మనకి యూటిలైజ్ చేసుకోవాలి, మంచి మార్గం వైపు వెళ్ళాలి. ఆ టెక్నాలజీని కూడా సొసైటీకి మనకి ఉపయోగపడే అంశాలు తీసుకోవాలి. ఆ టెక్నాలజీలో మనం ఒక భాగం అవ్వాలి. ఎప్పుడు కూడా అది మనకి ఒక మంచి మార్గాన్ని ఇస్తుంది. దానిని మీరు అందరూ తీసుకోవాలి. ఇప్పుడు మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు, యువ నాయకులు నారా లోకేష్ గారు టెక్నాలజీ మీద వారు ఐటీ శాఖ మంత్రిగా వారు ఉన్నారు. వారు ఈరోజు టెక్నాలజీ మీద మన రాష్ట్రాన్ని ముందు వైపు తీసుకెళ్లాలని ప్రధానమంత్రి నరేంద్ర మోదీ గారి సహాయ సహకారాలతో, ఇక్కడ ఉన్న ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ గారి సహాయ సహకారాలతో మనం ముందుకెళ్తున్నాం. దానిని దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకొని యువతందరూ కూడా ఒక బాధ్యతతో ఈ సమాజానికి సర్వీస్ ఇవ్వాలి. ఇప్పుడు ఎవరైతే ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ని ఏర్పాటు చేసి మీరంతా ఇప్పుడు వ్యాసరచనలో పాల్గొని బెస్ట్ 10 మెంబర్స్ని స్టేట్కి పంపిస్తున్నారు, అక్కడి నుంచి కూడా సెంట్రల్కి వెళ్తున్నారు కనుక అది మీరు ఒక బాధ్యతగా తీసుకోవాలి. ఒకవేళ మీరు పోటీలో పాల్గొని మీరు 10 మందిలో కొంతమంది, మనం 100 మంది రావచ్చు, 2000 మంది రావచ్చు, కానీ 10 మెంబర్స్ మనం ఎంపిక చేస్తాం. కానీ పార్టిసిపేషన్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఎందుకంటే మనం పార్టిసిపేషన్ లేనిది మనం స్టెప్ వెళ్ళాం. పార్టిసిపేషన్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. పార్టిసిపేషన్ అనేదే మనకి విజేతగా ముందు ఫస్ట్ మెట్టు కనుక దాన్ని బాధ్యతగా తీసుకోవాలి. సో మీరందరూ కూడా వెళ్ళాలి. అదే సమయంలో ఈరోజు JNT గురజాడ వేదిక మీద ఒక మాట చెప్తున్నాను. ఖచ్చితంగా ఇక్కడ ఉన్న పిల్లలు ఒక ఆదర్శవంతంగా ఉండాలి, ఒక బాధ్యతగా ఉండాలి. మన JNT గురజాడ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్లో చదువుతున్న ప్రతి విద్యార్థులు కూడా సమాజానికి ఒక ఆదర్శవంతమైన ఉండాలి. ఎక్కడ కూడా ఏ సందర్భాలు కూడా మీరు చదువుకున్న ఈ 4 years కానీ, లేకపోతే టర్మ్ అవుతున్న 2, 3, 1 years కానీ ఎప్పుడైనా ఈ క్షణం నుంచి ఉన్న ప్రతి క్షణం కూడా ఒక మార్గదర్శకంగా ఉండవలసిన అవసరం ఉంది. దాంట్లోనే మనకి విలువలు, బాధ్యతలు అన్నీ కూడా వస్తాయి. ఖచ్చితంగా విలువలు పాటించాలి, విలువలని మనం గౌరవించాలి. పూర్వీకులు కానీ లేకపోతే మనం అందించిన సాంప్రదాయాల్ని భావితరాలకు అందించాలి. ఖచ్చితంగా మనం అందరం కూడా దాన్ని ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్ళాలి. టెక్నాలజీ కానీ లేకపోతే ఆంగ్ల భాష కానీ ఇతర అంశాలు కానీ ఎంత అవసరమో మన మాతృభాష, మన తెలుగు భాష, మన అమ్మ భాష తెలుగును మాత్రం ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. చాలా అవసరం ఇది. ఎందుకంటే ఇది మన సంపద. ఈ సంపదని ఖచ్చితంగా ముందు తీసుకెళ్ళాలి. ఎందుకు రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నామంటే సహజంగా మనకి ఈ స్టడీ అంతా కూడా ఇంగ్లీష్ మీడియంలో ఉంటుంది. మనం ఆ వైపు వెళ్ళాం. ఆ వైపులో వెళ్ళాం కనుక ఖచ్చితంగా అది వెళ్ళాలి. ఎందుకంటే మనం ఇతర రాష్ట్రాల్లో నేను ఇప్పుడు ఎంపీగా అయిన తర్వాత నేను అన్ని రాష్ట్రాలు తిరుగుతున్నాను. ఖచ్చితంగా వారికి ఇంగ్లీష్లో మాట్లాడతారు, హిందీలో మాట్లాడతారు. కానీ ఒక తమిళనాడు వెళ్తే ఖచ్చితంగా వారు ఆ భాషలోనే మాట్లాడతారు. ఎందుకంటే వారికి పార్లమెంట్లో చాలా మంది పార్లమెంట్ సభ్యులు ఉండేటప్పుడు చూస్తున్నాను. అంటే వారు ఆ భాష పట్లకు ఉన్న రెస్పెక్ట్. సో అలాగే మనం కూడా ఆ దిశకి వెళ్ళాలి. కానీ ఇప్పుడున్న ఈ టెక్నాలజీ యుగంలో ఇంగ్లీష్ ఇతర భాషలు చాలా అవసరమైనప్పుడు కూడా మన తల్లి భాష ఖచ్చితంగా మన ఇంట్లో తెలుగులో మాట్లాడాలి. అది చాలా బాధ్యతగా తీసుకోవాలి. అలాగే మిగతా సమయాల్లో మన సంపదకి కానీ ఇతర అంశాలకు కానీ అవసరమైన ఇంగ్లీష్ భాషను కానీ ఇంగ్లీషు అంశాలు కానీ మనం తెలుసుకోవాలి. అది అవసరం అయినప్పుడు కూడా తెలుగుని విస్మరించకూడదని ఈ వేదిక ద్వారా తెలియజేసుకుంటూ ఈరోజు మీరు ఎవరైతే ఎంపిక అవుతున్నారో పార్లమెంట్కి ఢిల్లీ రాబోతున్నారో అంశాలకు సంబంధించి ఆ కార్యక్రమం ఉంటుంది. దానికి మేము పూర్తిగా బాధ్యత తీసుకుంటాం. అదే సమయంలో మేము కూడా వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ గారికి రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం. జేఎన్టీ పిల్లలందరూ కూడా ఒక టీం ఎవరైతే బెస్ట్ ఈ సొసైటీకి నేను ఏమి ఇవ్వాలనుకున్న వారు కానీ లేకపోతే యువత రాజకీయాల్లోకి రావాలని ఒక ఆలోచన ఉన్న వారికి కానీ ఎంపిక చేసి మీరు మాకు చెప్పండి. ఇక్కడ ఈ కళాశాల నుంచి ఒక 100 మెంబర్స్ని నేను పార్లమెంట్ తీసుకెళ్ళి పార్లమెంటు చూపించి అక్కడ చర్చిల్లో మేము ఏదైతే మాట్లాడతామో వాళ్ళకి గ్యాలరీలో తీసుకెళ్లే అవకాశం మేము ఇస్తాం. ఖచ్చితంగా చేస్తాం. మేము ట్రైన్ స్పెషలిస్ట్ కానీ అక్కడ ఉన్న అకామిడేషన్ స్పెషలిస్ట్ అన్ని నేను చూసుకుంటాను బాధ్యతగా. ఒక 10 మెంబర్స్ స్టూడెంట్స్ని పంపించండి, విడతల వారుగా పంపించండి. వారికి ఏమైనా ఇబ్బంది లేకుండా రేపు ఈ నెల మార్చి 9 నుంచి కూడా మనం పార్లమెంట్ అవుతుంది కనుక ఫస్ట్ జేఎన్టీ పిల్లలు గురజాడ వారికి ఈ అవకాశం ఇస్తున్నాం కనుక దీన్ని యూటిలైజ్ చేసుకోమని తెలియజేసుకుంటూ థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఈరోజు చాలా లేట్ అయింది. సహజంగా మీకు భావన ఉండొచ్చు, పాలిటిక్స్ అంటే నాయకులు అంటే టైంకి రావాలనే ఒక ఆలోచన ఉండొచ్చు. దయచేసి దాన్ని విరమించండి. నా వరకు అయితే 100% అది పాటిస్తాం. కానీ ఈరోజు పబ్లిక్ చాలా గ్రీవెన్స్ వచ్చారు. అలాగే విలేజ్లోకి వెళ్ళాను, చాలా రూరల్ ఏరియాకి వెళ్ళడం జరిగింది. దాదాపు మార్నింగ్ 7కే నేను కారులో కూర్చున్నాను. మా స్టాఫ్ రాకపోయినా సరే నేను ఒక్కడినే వచ్చాను, రావాల్సి వచ్చింది. బట్ దానిని మీరు మనసులో పెట్టుకోవద్దు. రాజకీయ వ్యవస్థ అన్నా రాజకీయ నాయకులన్నా ఇప్పుడున్న సొసైటీకి చాలా మంచిగా జరిగే ఆలోచన నాయకత్వం ఇప్పుడు ఉంది దేశంలో కానీ రాష్ట్రంలో కానీ. అందరం కూడా ఆ దిశకు ప్రయాణం చేద్దాం. మీరు కూడా మీ ప్రాంతాన్ని, మీ ఊరిని, మీ తల్లిదండ్రుల్ని, మీరు చదువుకున్న స్కూల్స్ అవ్వచ్చు, కాలేజీలు అవ్వచ్చు, చాలా ప్రేమగా అభిమానంగా మీరు ఏ పొజిషన్ ఉన్నా సరే వాళ్ళని స్మరించుకుంటూ వాళ్ళతో గుర్తించుకుంటూ తీసుకెళ్ళాలి. ఇంకొక కార్యక్రమం కూడా చేయాలి. మీ విలేజ్లో ఎవరైతే బాగా స్థిరపడి వ్యాపారం చేసినా, ఉద్యోగం చేసినా, లేకపోతే బాగా సొసైటీకి ఉపయోగపడే మనుషులు ఎవరైతే ఉంటారో ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి వాళ్ళతో టచ్లో ఉండండి. మంచి జరిగే వాళ్ళని ప్రోత్సహించండి. అదే సమయంలో మీరు మీడియాలో కానీ సోషల్ మీడియాలో కానీ లేకపోతే సార్ చెప్పిన అంశాలు కానీ ఏమైనా మంచి అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా వారికి టచ్లో ఉండి వారితో మాట్లాడడం అలవాటు చేసుకోండి. ఎందుకంటే మేము చదువుకున్న రోజుల్లో నాకు ఒక 3rd ఇయర్ నుంచి నాకు బాగా గుర్తుంది, 4th 3rd ఇయర్ నుంచి ఈ రోజుకి మా ఉపాధ్యాయులు నేను అందరి పేర్లు అందరిని కూడా గుర్తుపెట్టుకొని వారి కాలం తీసినా సరే వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్స్ని మెంబర్ ఆఫ్ పార్లమెంట్ అయిన తర్వాత వాళ్ళందరినీ కలుస్తుండమంటే నాకు శక్తి వస్తుంది. ఇక్కడ మెంబర్ ఆఫ్ పార్లమెంట్గా కాదు, ఒక అప్పలనాయుడిగా, ఒక విద్యార్థిగా వారిని కలుస్తుంటే వారి బ్లెస్సింగ్స్, వారి ఆలోచనలు, వాళ్ళ పేరెంట్స్ కలుస్తుంటే అది వస్తుంది. ఖచ్చితంగా మీరు కూడా పాటించండి. ఈరోజు మనకి తల్లిదండ్రులు ఎంతో మనకి దైవ సమానంలో, గురువులు కూడా అదే పరిస్థితి. వారిని గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. ఇంకో విషయం ఏంటంటే పేరెంట్స్కి నమ్మకం కలగాల. ఎట్టి పరిస్థితుల్లో కానీ పేరెంట్స్లో మనం అనుకుంటాం మన పేరెంట్స్ రూరల్ ఏరియా అని కానీ లేకపోతే వారికి ఏం తెలియదని దయచేసి ఎవరు అనుకోవద్దండి. పేరెంట్స్ మనకంటే మనం చాలా హై ప్రొఫైల్ ఉన్నా సరే, మంచి నాలెడ్జ్ పర్సన్స్ అయినా మన పేరెంట్స్ మనకంటే గొప్పవాళ్ళు. ఎందుకంటే వారు జర్నలిస్తే మనం వచ్చాం, వారికి అన్నీ తెలుసు. కానీ వారిని ఏ సందర్భంలో కూడా ఎక్కడ కూడా వారు బాధ పెట్టించొద్దు ఏ సందర్భంలో. ఎందుకంటే ఈ వయసు నుంచి మేము వచ్చాం కనుక ఈ వయసులో ఆలోచన విధానాలు కూడా ఎలా ఉంటాయో మాకు తెలుసు, మాకు కానీ సార్స్ కానీ. సో మీరందరూ కూడా అది పాటించవలసిన అవసరం ఉంది. మనం వచ్చే విద్య చాలా అవసరం. ఎందుకంటే ఈరోజు నాలెడ్జ్ ఎంత గొప్పదంటే అది సంపద. నేను చెప్పాను పిల్లలకి ఇప్పుడే, మార్కుల కోసం చదవద్దు, మన నాలెడ్జ్ కోసం చదవండి, ఆటోమేటిక్ మార్కులు అవే వస్తాయి. అది ఎప్పుడు కూడా స్టడీ చేయండి. ఇప్పుడు టెక్నాలజీని యూజ్ చేసుకోండి, టెక్నాలజీని అడ్వాన్స్గా వచ్చే టెక్నాలజీని ఎట్లా యూటిలైజ్ చేసుకోండి తప్ప దాన్ని పక్కదారి పట్టే పరిస్థితి తీసుకోవద్దని మీ అందరూ తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, చాలా ఆనందం మీ అందరితో మాట్లాడే అవకాశం ఆఫీసర్స్ ఇచ్చినందుకు వారికి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, థ్యాంక్ యూ ఆల్. జై హింద్.
సార్, JNTU జీవీ అంటే ఈరోజు స్టేట్లో తెలియని వాళ్ళు లేరు సార్. మొన్న క్వాంటమ్ కంప్యూటింగ్లో కూడా మనకి కన్సలేషన్ ప్రైజ్ వచ్చిందండి మన స్టూడెంట్స్కి, JNTU జీవీ వాళ్ళకండి. అదేవిధంగా ఈ టెక్నాలజీ పరంగా AI బేస్డ్ టెక్నాలజీ అంటే JNTU విజయనగరం అండి. ఈరోజు ఎంసెట్ వీటిలన్నిటికీ కూడా నార్మలైజేషన్ ప్రొసీజర్ని ఇది కొత్త మెథడ్, ఎఫెక్టివ్ మెథడ్స్ని డిజైన్ చేయమని అది JNTU జీవీకి ఇచ్చారండి. టెక్నాలజీ పరంగా అంటే JNTU జీవీ చాలా ముందుందండి. కొండ మీద అందరూ JNTU జీవీ స్టూడెంట్ అంటే ఎవరైనా సరే ఫ్యూచర్లో ఎలా చూడాలండి, ఇప్పటికే కొండ మీద ఉన్నాం మేము, మమ్మల్ని చూడాలంటే పైకే చూడాలి అంటే ఇక్కడ స్టూడెంట్ ఎవరైనా సరే సార్. అది థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ సార్. మా స్టూడెంట్స్కి అవకాశం ఇచ్చారు, తప్పకుండా సార్ మా స్టూడెంట్స్ని పంపిస్తాం సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ సార్.
We shall now proceed with the felicitation of our chief guest, Sri Appal Naidu Kalisetti Garu, Member of Parliment, Vizianagaram constituency.
May the dignitaries kindly come forward for the felicitation ceremony.
నేను ఏదైతే ఇప్పుడు సన్మానం తీసుకుంటున్నానో, మీరు సొసైటీ కోసం ఆలోచించి, పేరెంట్స్ కోసం ఆలోచించి, గురువుల కోసం ఆలోచించి, నాలెడ్జ్ కోసం ఆలోచించి ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా ఇది వర్తిస్తుంది. ఇది అందరూ కూడా మీకు అంకితం చేస్తామని తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Viksit Bharat, to come forward for the felicitation.
Let us move into sports kit distribution. Now I request club members to take their prizes.
Vijay Durga Youth Society, K. Chandrika. Vijay Durga Youth Society, K. Chandrika.
Ambedkar Yuvajana Seva Sangam, P. Santosh. Ambedkar Yuvajana Seva Sangam, P. Santosh. I request Santosh to come on to the dais.
Netaji Yuvajana Seva Sangam, D. Shravani.
Swami Vivekananda Youth Club, T. Shravan Kumar, M. Prasad.
The mock parliament session will begin in a few minutes. I kindly request everyone to take their seats to ready the proceedings.
So it will be just 5 minutes, right? Please wait.
గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ ఎవ్రీవన్. యాక్చువల్గా ఇక్కడ మాక్ పార్లమెంట్ ఏం జరగబోతుందమ్మా అంటే పార్లమెంట్లో ఎలాగా ఒక అంశం మీద మనం మాట్లాడతాం లేకపోతే ఏంటి అనేది అవగాహన కల్పించడానికి సో వీఆర్ ట్రయింగ్ సమ్ స్కిట్ అనమాట. నథింగ్ మోర్ దెన్ 5 minutes యాక్చువల్గా, ఎందుకంటే మనకున్న టైం లిమిట్. ఎందుకంటే 120 పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ వచ్చారు అవుట్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్ర. ఇంతవరకు జరిగిన యూత్ పార్లమెంట్లో విజయనగరం నుంచి అత్యధికంగా వచ్చారు. సో మాకు టైం లిమిట్ చాలా తక్కువ ఉంది. సో వీఆర్ ట్రయింగ్ టు డూ ఇట్ ఇన్ 5 minutes స్కిట్. యాక్చువల్గా సార్ ఉన్నారు పార్లమెంటేరియన్, సార్ని స్పీకర్ చేసి తీసుకోవాలని కోరుతున్నాం. కాకపోతే ఏంటంటే ఆ డైలాగ్స్ అనేవి ఆల్రెడీ ప్రిపేర్ అయ్యారు సార్, మీ ముందు వాళ్ళు ప్రిపేర్ చేస్తారు సార్. సో రూలింగ్ పార్టీ ఇక్కడ కూర్చుంటారు, అపోజిషన్ పార్టీ విల్ బి సిట్టింగ్ దేర్ అండ్ ఫ్యూ డిస్కషన్ విల్ బి హ్యాపెనింగ్. రూలింగ్ కూర్చుంటారు.
Good afternoon, everyone. The House is now open for the discussion of the financial budget year 2026. So let's start with respected Honorable Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. In this budget, we recommend 2 high-speed rail corridors for Karnataka and Telangana, and there is no change in income tax slabs.
The House is open for the opposition to speak.
Thank you for giving this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, and to the respected Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji. I would like to ask few questions about the budget. The high-speed railway corridor is only suggested to Karnataka and Telangana. I would like to know the answer for that. For the reason because another cities like Mumbai and Delhi and Kolkata are well developed and need the railway corridor even more than Karnataka and Telangana. The people want to know the reason about that. And another thing is the income tax is a high burden for the middle class people. And the rich are getting away from the laws and they are living peacefully without any problems. But the middle class people are getting way burden. I would like, people want to know the reason for that. Thank you.
Answer to the respected opposition leader. As there are more IT sectors in Karnataka and Telangana, we are implementing them initially. We also implement in other states also. And slab rates will not be burden to middle class people.
I will be thankful, Honorable Finance Minister, for allocating budget on high-speed rail corridor for our state.
Honorable Speaker, in this budget, the government has allocated the budget only for infrastructure and development, but missed to allocate the budget to agriculture. Agriculture is also important for financial conditions of our state. In this regard, I am questioning the ruling party to give an explanation regarding this.
Honorable Speaker and the respected opposition party. So, in this year, the government has allocated sufficient fund for the agriculture sector. So, which will effectively allocated for irrigation and farmer subsidiary schemes. So, additionally, infrastructure will also add support to the agriculture, to connectivity and market access. So therefore, agriculture sector will evidently funded and well supported.
Okay, the session has been closed for now. We will resume after lunch. Thank you.
నేచురల్గా పార్లమెంట్లో ఏ డిబేట్ ఉందో సేమ్ అట్లాగే మాట్లాడారు. మీ అందరూ కూడా అభినందనలు, కంగ్రాచులేషన్, చాలా బాగా మాట్లాడమ్మా. గుడ్. మీరు కూడా మా మెయిల్ అడ్రస్ పెడతాం, మా పిఏ నెంబర్ ఇస్తాను. మీరు కూడా నెక్స్ట్ సెషన్స్ నేను 9th వెళ్తున్నాను కనుక బిఫోర్ మన రైతు సమస్యలు కానీ ఏవైతే ప్రజా సమస్యలు ఏమన్నా ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి మీరు అనుకున్న ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఏవి ఉన్నాయో నాకు మెయిల్ పెట్టండి. వాటి మీద నేను పార్లమెంట్లో డిస్కస్ చేస్తాను. మీరు ఖచ్చితంగా దాని మీద డిబేట్ మీరు అనుకొని నా సైజ్ చేయండి. మన ప్రాంతానికి సంబంధించిన అంశాలు కానీ, దేశ సంబంధించిన అంశాలు కానీ, సమాజానికి ఉపయోగపడే అంశాలు కానీ ఏదైనా నేను మాట్లాడాలనుకున్నప్పుడు నేను అది కోడ్ కూడా చేస్తాను. ఆ పార్లమెంట్లో క్వశ్చన్ వేసేటప్పుడు పలానా స్టూడెంట్ పలానా ప్రాంతం నుంచి మాకు ఇచ్చారని చెప్పేసి నేను కోట్ చేస్తాను. డెఫినెట్లీ అది కూడా సజెషన్ ఇవ్వండి. ఒకవేళ మనకు అవకాశం రాలేకపోతే లెటర్ తోటి కూడా మనం మినిస్ట్రీకి ఇవ్వచ్చు. మినిస్ట్రీకి అది కూడా ఇద్దాం. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
All of you request to join for lunch, right? We arrange the lunch at outside. You please take your lunch and come. Again, we'll start the session at
deeply rooted into every citizen of India. We, the citizens of India, have the responsibility and we are pride enough to say as we are Indian and we are responsible to protect and carry forward our legacy. We are not just the beneficiaries of the Indian democracy, but we are responsible. We are the caretakers of our democracy to the future generations. In the darkest moment of our emergencies, every citizen has faced many crises. And among all the crises, their voices were silenced, which were the powerhouse of our Indian democracy. And the fundamental rights were suspended, and every nation is looking behalf on our India. And now, the emergency will not be said that it would be written, but we have to be prepared to emergency. लोकतंत्र की आवाज उसकी जनता है और जनता की बड़ी ताकत उसकी आवाज है और उसी आवाज कभी भी नहीं चुप नहीं होना चाहिए. And this is the thing which I want to say, and we all have to be together and united and work together, and we have to work from the past and work with the dedication in the future to make our India as strongest, fearless and a strong opponent to every country. एकता के साथ, जिम्मेदारी के साथ, ईमानदार के साथ एंड संकल्प के साथ हम सब हमारे भारत को आत्मनिर्भर एंड भयमुक्त भारत जरूर बनाएंगे और करेंगे. जय हिंद. थैंक यू.
Good afternoon to everyone, and good afternoon to the respected judges and the jury members and my student friends. And I am B. Ganesham Manishankar from JNTU GV. And today we are all gathered here to talk about the emergency. Obviously, from the morning itself, the many speakers have been speaking about the emergency. So now, I think I assume that all of you would understand Telugu. So I am going to continue my speech in Telugu. So emergency. పొద్దున్నుంచి చాలామంది మాట్లాడుతుండే. ఎందుకు ఈ ఎమర్జెన్సీ గురించి ఇంతగా మాట్లాడుతున్నామంటే ఆబ్వియస్లీ ఇట్ వాజ్ నాట్ ఎ ప్రౌడ్ అండ్ ప్రైడ్ మూమెంట్ టు ఇండియా, బట్ ఇట్ షోర్ దే టీచ్ అ లాట్ ఆఫ్ థింగ్స్ టు ద పీపుల్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా అండ్ టు ద డెమోక్రసీ ఆఫ్ ద హోల్ వరల్డ్. సో వాట్ హ్యాపెండ్ డ్యూరింగ్ దోస్ only 2 years it was held, from 1975 to 1977 only it was held. It is not a movement of a single cause. It is occurred because of the multiple causes collided. So at the start, like after all of this has started from the early 1970s. From 1971, the Indo-Pak War has completed and it has commenced. And you all know it's what led to the creation of the Bangladesh. And then the minorities and the people of the Bangladesh has been coming to India. చాలా మంది వలస వచ్చారు ఇక్కడికి ఇండియాకి. అండ్ ఆ టైంలోనే because of the war is obviously costly, so many refugees will be involved, and then the global oil prices have also been very skyrocketed. So oil prices are skyrocketed, and because of the droughts రావడం వల్ల చాలా ప్లేసెస్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియాలో చాలా డ్రాట్స్ రావడం వల్ల మనకి క్రాప్ ఫెయిల్యూర్ అయింది. సో ఈ రీజన్స్ వల్ల కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్ఫ్లేషన్ అండ్ స్కై రాకెట్ అయింది. అప్ టు 20-30% ఆఫ్ ద ఇన్ఫ్లేషన్ వచ్చింది. వాట్ ఈస్ ఇన్ఫ్లేషన్ ఇన్ ద సెన్స్? ద కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద గూడ్స్ హ్యాస్ రైజ్డ్ ఫ్రమ్ అరౌండ్ 20-30%. సో ఆల్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్స్ ద క్రషింగ్ ఇన్ఫ్లేషన్. ఇట్ డిడెంట్ స్పార్క్ ఎనీథింగ్. బట్ ద స్టూడెంట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ ద గుజరాత్, ఈ గుజరాత్లో ఉన్న ఇంజనీరింగ్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళకి తెలిసింది ఫస్ట్ ఈ స్పార్క్ అనేది, ఈ ఫైర్ అనేది, ఈ జరుగుతున్న అన్యాయం అనేది. వాళ్ళ మెస్లో మెస్ ఫీజ్ అనేది నెలకి పెరిగిపోతుంటే వాళ్ళు ఏం చేశారంటే దే థాట్ లైక్ వీ వుడ్ డూ ఏ ప్రొటెస్ట్ అగైన్స్ట్ దెమ్. సో దే రియలైజ్డ్ దట్ ద కాజ్ వాజ్ ద కరప్ట్ లీడర్స్ అండ్ దే హ్యావ్ టేకెన్ అప్ ఎ ప్రొటెస్ట్ చేశారనమాట. దే కాల్డ్ యాజ్ Navnirmal Andolan, the reconstruction movement. They did it and they were successful in it, and they managed to suspend or make the chief minister of the Gujarat to resign. Appudu aa fire anedi spread to the Bihar. Then the Bihar students, they also thought we will also do a protest against our corrupt leaders. Then they needed a leader. Then entered the movement and the protest a man named Jayaprakash Narayan. And he was a famous freedom fighter, and he also worked with the Mahatma Gandhi. But he is not like, he didn't want the power. He has no like that one easily mata power meda. So he joined them, and they had a protest against the Bihar. Then they won it, and they realized something. Then Jayaprakash Narayan realized that ఓన్లీ ఈ ఒక్క చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ కానీ ఒక్క బీహార్ ఒక గుజరాత్ సరిపోతే సరిపోదు. ఎవ్రీ ఇండియా, ద హోల్ సిస్టమ్ ఈజ్ బ్రోకెన్. మొత్తం ఇండియా మొత్తం మీద ఈ క్రైసిస్ అనేది నడుస్తుంది. సో వీ షుడ్ ఫైట్ అగైన్స్ట్ ద ఇండియా. ఇక్కడ స్ట్రీట్స్ అనేది స్టూడెంట్స్తో ప్రొటెస్ట్లో నిండుతుంటే దెన్ ద కోర్ట్, దేర్ ఇస్ వన్ స్టోరీ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ ఆన్. ద రాజ్ నరేన్ who is an opponent of the Indira Gandhi in the state of UP, and they both, వాళ్ళిద్దరు ఏంటంటే, he has filed a petition in the Allahabad High Court against Indira Gandhi that she has conducted some misleading electoral practices. So the case has been going on. Case ala nadustune undi from 1971 to 75 varaku. Then on the June 12th of the 1975, the Jagmohan Lal Sinha, and a judge, and he had concluded that yes, the Indira Gandhi, she was guilty of it, and it was the first time that the Prime Minister of the India has to stand in the witness box and attend the cross-examination. And then the emergency has been so imposed. Why? Because Indira Gandhi didn't recognize that the threat, and she has just collaborated with the president and imposed this particular emergency in spite of it. And so many wills have been required, and the rights are suspended, and okay, thank you.
Freedom is not inherited, it is protected. Honorable Chief Guest, our respected members, and my fellow citizens of India, I am K. Tejasri Sai from London Institute of Engineering and Technology, and I am here to present the young minds of India, and I'm here to speak about the topic 50 years of emergency. On the night of 25th June 1975, a tragic incident has taken place, a turning point that made our India a big kind of nuisance, a kind of disturbances have created. On that night, our Prime Minister Indira Gandhi has declared a national emergency under the Article 352 of our Constitution. It was lawful, it was constitutional, but it was altered. It altered the balance between the state and the citizens of our country. The fundamental rights were suspended. The that at that point of time it became control of over completely, the people's voice was suppressed, and then now I would like to say that in our So now I would like to say that in our India at that point of time, the Indira Gandhi has arrived us with such kind of rules which made people much more suppressed and depressed. And later later the people have come across with something that is quite interesting thing, that is voting. So there is no violence, no chaos, just ballots. So the ballots have made the people have chosen their leader, and now they have chosen their leader, and in 1977 they have got their rights. And I feel, being an Indian, we are so proud that we have got our rights. We have got the freedom of speech. We have got the freedom of liberty to speak whatever we want. So just imagine, 50 years later, we are just speaking about who was right, who was wrong. But the real question is, what happens to democracy? What happens if the power is not questioned? What happens? What if we are not able to answer? What if we are not able to judge? What if we are not able to consider our opinion? What if we are not able to tell our opinion and advices to our society? So these kind of imaginations make us much more sadder. So I feel it's our responsibility, being a young citizen of India, we need to make sure that we are responsible to make sure that we have to question the government whenever something is going wrong. We have the right to answer. We are the future of our India. We not only inherit our country, we inherit our responsibility. It's our responsibility to take care of the future of our India. And thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Greetings everyone. I am P. Swarup from JNTU GV, a third year student. I was not alive in 1975, but the lessons from that time are still alive today. Let me begin with a simple question. If a house is slowly burning, it is catching fire, do we say it's fine, we calmly stay, or do we quickly act and save it? Today, as we remember the 50 years of emergency in India, we are not just revisiting the history. We are questioning and asking ourselves, what kind of democracy do we want today? Emergency means a time when the normal rules or regular rules are paused and a serious action is taken from the government to protect the nation from the serious danger. In 1975, it was declared because leaders believed that there is an internal conflict in India. So it changed the course of Indian democracy and taught us an important lesson. Power must always be balanced with responsibility. But today, when we look around us, we see different kind of challenges. Every day, serious crimes are reported. Every day, families are struggling from basic needs. Every day and everywhere we discuss democracy, but we often forget the discipline. So ask today to all the youth and every people around us, do we need an emergency today? Not an emergency to silent voices, not an emergency to hold on to power, but an emergency of discipline, an emergency of responsibility, and an emergency of self-control. Democracy does not mean freedom without limits. It means freedom with responsibility. If laws are made but not followed, democracy becomes weak. If leaders hesitate to enforce rules strictly, systems become weak. We, the youth, we remember the formulas and definitions, but how many of us have read the Constitution carefully? How many of us know how laws are made and changed? The lesson of 1975 is not fear. The lesson is balance. We don't need an emergency to remove democracy. We need a disciplined society to protect democracy. If we want a developed India, we must become responsible Indians. If we want a strong governance, we must become strong citizens. Let this discussion not be about past itself. That it be a wake-up call. Because the greatest emergency today is not in the constitution, it is in our commitment. Every person has different perspectives. Some people think emergency is wrong and it silence voices. But I personally think dictatorship is needed. Because many people having freedom thinking they can become or do whatever want without limits. If a person is aimed at their head at a gun, will any rape or any murders will happen? Dictatorship is needed if we don't follow democracy, or if you are not responsible. Not being responsible and being completely controlled is different. Let it be a wake-up call. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Respected judges and my dear friends, good afternoon everyone. Myself Shivani, I am from JNTU, GV Vizanagaram. ఇందాక నుంచి అందరూ నేషనల్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఇదొకటే నా ఎమర్జెన్సీ, స్టేట్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ, ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ చాలా ఉన్నాయి కదా. ఇవన్నీ మనకు తెలిసినవే కదా. నేనైతే ఫస్ట్ స్టేట్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ కోసం స్టార్ట్ చేయాలి అని అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఫస్ట్ స్టేట్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ అంటే ఏంటి అసలు? ఇప్పుడు స్టేట్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ అనేది ఆ స్టేట్లో ఉన్న గవర్నమెంట్ అనేది ప్రాపర్గా వర్క్ చేయకపోతే వాళ్ళకి తెలియదు అని అర్థం కాదు. జస్ట్ కొన్ని ఇంప్రాపర్ వర్క్స్ అలాంటివి ఏమైనా జరిగేటప్పుడు సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ అనేది ఆ స్టేట్ని అండర్లోకి తీసుకుంటుంది. సో అలాంటి అప్పుడు అది స్టేట్ ఎమర్జెన్సీగా గుర్తింపు వస్తుంది. ఈ స్టేట్ ఎమర్జెన్సీగా గుర్తింపు రావడం వల్ల ప్రౌడ్ మూమెంట్ ఏం కాదు, ఇది ఒక డార్కెస్ట్, మనందరికీ తెలిసిందే. దీని నుండి ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్పాలి అనుకుంటున్నాను. మనందరికీ 2018 జమ్మూ కాశ్మీర్ విడిపోయింది తెలిసే ఉంటుంది అనుకుంటున్నాను. జమ్మూ కాశ్మీర్ అనేది మన దేశంలో ఉన్న మన దేశం జెండా వాళ్ళకి ఉంటుంది, కానీ వాళ్ళకంటూ వేరే ఫ్లాగ్ ఉండేది. అంటే వాళ్ళకి 2 ఫ్లాగ్స్ ఉండేవి. నెక్స్ట్ జమ్మూ కాశ్మీర్లో వాళ్ళు ఇప్పుడు మన స్టేట్లోనే ఉంటారు, కానీ మన ఇండియాలోనే ఉన్న వాళ్ళదంటూ ఒక సిటిజన్షిప్ ఉండడం. నెక్స్ట్ ఇలా చాలా ఇప్పుడు సపోజ్ ఏదైనా ఒక ప్రాబ్లం వచ్చింది అనుకోండి, ఇప్పుడు స్టేట్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ అన్నాను కదా, కానీ ఇక స్టేట్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ అనేది వర్కౌట్ అయ్యేది కాదు. ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళంటూ ఒక రూల్స్ పెట్టుకున్నారు, ఒక స్పెషల్ రూల్స్ అనేవి పెట్టుకున్నారు. మన అందరికీ తెలిసిందే ఆర్టికల్ 370(35) ప్రకారం వాళ్ళకి కొన్ని స్పెషల్ రూల్స్ అనేవి ఇచ్చారు. సో దీనివల్ల వాళ్ళకి చాలా అడ్వాంటేజెస్ ఉన్నాయి, నెక్స్ట్ డిసడ్వాంటేజెస్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి. ఇందులో ఫస్ట్ అడ్వాంటేజెస్ చెప్పుకోవాలి అంటే వాళ్ళకంటూ ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి ఒక ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ అనేది వస్తుంది. డిసడ్వాంటేజెస్ ఏంటంటే వేరే దేశం కానీ లేకపోతే అదర్ స్టేట్స్ వాళ్ళు కానీ వచ్చి అక్కడ ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేయలేరు. నెక్స్ట్ అది మెడికల్గా డెవలప్ కూడా అవ్వదు. ఇది జస్ట్ ఒక కామన్ పాయింట్. సో దీనివల్ల చాలా క్రైసిస్ ఇబ్బందులు అనేవి కూడా చాలా వచ్చాయి. ఇది మనందరికీ తెలిసిందే. సో దీనివల్ల 2018లో మన ఇండియన్ గవర్నమెంట్ నరేంద్ర మోదీ గారు దీన్ని రద్దు చేయడం జరిగింది. ఇది అందరికీ ఒక గొప్ప విషయం అయి ఉండొచ్చు. నెక్స్ట్ ఇప్పుడు నేను 1975 నేషనల్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ గురించి మాట్లాడాలి అని అనుకుంటున్నాను. 1975 నేషనల్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ అనేది ఇప్పుడు ఇందిరాగాంధీ గారు దీన్ని డిక్లేర్ చేశారు. ఎలా అసలు ప్రతి ఒక్కరు ఆవిడ ఆ నిధుల నుండి తప్పుకోకుండా ఒక కరెక్ట్ వేలో ఆలోచించి నేను ఈ డెసిషన్ తీసుకుంటే ఇక అందరూ ఎలా ఉండాలి అని ఆలోచించి కరెక్ట్ టైంలో నేషనల్ ఎమర్జెన్సీని ప్రకటించారు ఆవిడ. ఇది 1975 జూన్ 25న డిక్లేర్ చేశారు. 1977 వరకు జరిగింది, అరౌండ్ 21 మంత్స్ వరకు జరిగింది. ఇది నార్మల్గా తెలిసింది. ఇప్పుడు నార్మల్గా ఈ నేషనల్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ వల్ల ఎలక్షన్స్ జరగడం ఆగిపోయాయి. నెక్స్ట్ చాలా రిస్ట్రిక్షన్స్ వచ్చాయి, ఇంకా చాలామంది లీడర్స్ అరెస్ట్ అయ్యారు. ఇలా చాలా క్రైటీరియన్ ఫేస్ చేసింది మన గవర్నమెంట్ అనేది. సో దీనివల్ల నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్ వాళ్ళు తెలుసుకోవాల్సింది ఏంటంటే డెమోక్రసీ అంటే నార్మల్గా ఓట్ చేయడమే కాదు, మనకంటూ కొంత రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీని ఉండడం, మన వాయిస్, మన స్ట్రెంగ్త్, మన ఎబిలిటీ, మన రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీని చూసుకోవాలి. నెక్స్ట్ మనం కోవిడ్-19 గురించి మాట్లాడుకుందాం. కోవిడ్-19 అనేది సడన్గా వచ్చిందే, మనం ఎవరో అనుకొని వచ్చిందేం కాదు కదా. సో కోవిడ్-19లో ఎలా ప్రతి ఒక్క పోలీస్ ఆఫీసర్స్ నెక్స్ట్ మన మినిస్టర్స్ కానీ మన గవర్నమెంట్ కానీ శానిటైజేషన్ వర్కర్స్ కానీ ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ వాళ్ళంటూ ఒక కృషి చేశారు, వాళ్ళదంటూ ఒక నిరూపించుకున్నారు. ఇలానే ఇప్పుడు సపోజ్ ఈ కోవిడ్-19లో మనకి ఎలా తెలిసింది, మనకంటూ డెమోక్రసీ అనేది ఒకటి నిలిచుంది అంటే పీపుల్ ఓట్ చేయడమే కాదు ఇంకొకరిని కూడా సేవ్ చేయగలరు. వాళ్ళు ఎటువంటి పరిస్థితుల్లో ఉన్నా మనం కాపాడాలి. డెమోక్రసీ అంటే ఓన్లీ ఓటే కాదు, ఇది మనం గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సిందే. ఎప్పుడైనా మనం ఓట్ చేయాలి అనుకునేట ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ ఓట్ చేయాలి. 18 years వచ్చాయంటే వాళ్ళందరూ ఓట్ చేయాలి కదా, అంతేగాని మన ఓట్ని తప్పుగా ఎప్పుడూ వినియోగించుకోకూడదు. ఇది నేను అందరికీ చెప్పాలి అని అనుకుంటున్నాను. నెక్స్ట్ ఈ ఓటింగ్ సిస్టమ్ అనేది మన ఓటింగ్ సిస్టమ్ అనేది చాలా మంచిదే, మనకి అది కూడా గర్వకారణం. సో ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ మీ యొక్క వాయిస్ని మీ యొక్క స్ట్రెంగ్త్ని బయట పెట్టాలి అని కోరుకుంటున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Honorable jury members, distinguished guests, and my dear fellow participants, a very good afternoon everyone here. I am Charu Hasni, a proud student of Lendi Educational Institution. Today, we are here gathered to know about the darkest chapter in our India's history. As we know, the 50th anniversary of emergency was declared by the Prime Minister, and also Indira Gandhi has declared the emergency which was held during 1975 on June 25. We all should know about this to participate as youth citizens and as future leaders. We are here to step forward and to improve ourselves for becoming a youth citizen, and with respect I am requesting you to participate forward this. And during this emergency, the fundamental rights were suspended, journalists and activists were imprisoned without any trials. As we know, the rule of law was replaced by the rule of the ruler. During the 1977, India rose by taking a step forward into the emergency and declared the democracy was not only for our country, it should be developed and it should be step forwarded for the youth citizens. And like us, we are so young, we have rights to participate during this youth Viksit Bharat. As we know, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has declared Operation Sindoor as it was developed. He is our Prime Minister who take the leadership in this democracy during 1975 as it was in the hands of Indira Gandhi, and now in 2025 to 2026 it was in the hands of the Narendra Modi ji. As I am requesting this to further develop, the emergency is not only tested for the India's democratic foundations but also demonstrated democratic recovery. So as a student, as an engineer, as a future nation builder, I am here representing you all that we are not only here for technical innovation but also we are here for our constitutional awareness. Let us all take this emergency is not only as a burden for the democracy. We should protect the democracy every day, and we are the young citizens to step forward and to protect our citizens. Everyone's question is that why is India still a developing country? Will it never be developed or what? It is in our hands. We have our own rights to participate in this and to move forward and to develop our country more than further countries. Why every people are migrating to other countries instead of staying our country, instead of developing our country? We have our own rights, and I am requesting the youth citizens now to participate into the Vikasit Bharat 2047, which was held now, and we are here to develop our country. We should respect our country, and we are the citizens to move forward into this. As the young future leaders, we should develop ourselves with respecting our own country. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Jai Hind.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Divashri Komori from Lendi Institute of Engineering and Technology. And today, I want to talk about the greatest sin that has happened in Today, I want to talk about the national emergency, where the silence became the greatest sin. So, as Draupadi was being disrobed in a court of men, a wise man, and all the warriors, nobody has ever dared to raise and question them. Samely, where the Dharma was questioned there. But no one has questioned. But as Krishna rose for them, and like the people of India rose and participated to get their democracy. On June 25, 19... Can I come in? On June 25, 1975, the emergency was declared, but then
Internal vigilance is the price of liberty. Honorable judges, a pleasant good afternoon to honorable judges and respected faculty and my dear fellow participants. I am Kartikeya from EC Department of Lendi Institutes of Engineering and Technology. Today I stand about the topic of 50 years of democracy in Indian history. It was run around the 21 months of the period, and in the period of June 25th, 1975. Is the period that our Prime Minister Indira Gandhi have declared an emergency of Indian democracy in Indian history. It is a sensational news in that periodic life. In that situation, people who are suffering there, they cannot utilize their fundamental rights, and media got censor issue before publishing their news reports, and many politicians, opposite parties are arrested, and also elections are postponed. The main thing, the Indira Gandhi have declared an emergency due to the internal disturbance. It runs under the article of 352. So many of you have a doubt that what is an article 352? The article 352 is also known as the presidents who of the government have the rights to to give an emergency for an internal wars and also then internal aggressions and internal emergency of liberties. So Indira Gandhi have taken an emergency through the article of 352. People have suffered lot of the consequences due to this period. After the completion of elections, 21 period of life of them in an emergency, they got an opportunity to vote and right opportunity to select their political leader who guides him in a good way, and they have taken the choice of election, and after the completion of elections, people have shown the power of the elections, and also they show that what is a youth. They show what the power of the people by the elections. And now to come to this point, what is the youth parliament? Youth is nothing but is the backbone of the India. India is the like big popular city, and also it was in top 10 list of the worldwide. And comes to the point, youth is the backbone because youth have guts and right to speak against the wrong words, and also right to speak against the wrong situations, and youth can pursue it. As we know that the previous elections of AP, the Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu have in the rule of 2019 to 2023, on that period the people have suffered, like education was very good, and there have gotten opportunities to pursue the educational, but many of the village peoples have gotten suffered in a little period. They got a solution that how they're given a solution by the electing the Pawan Kalyan Garu of Janasena. It was a golden opportunity to get an election of student. Student have rights to speak and right to rule, and democracy is not a independence, it was a freedom of fundamental. So, and one thing I want to remember, that we cannot remember that emergency period as a dark chapter. It was a powerful chapter, and we have the golden opportunity to know about them, and how Indira Gandhi, the greatest leader of India, has ruled. We have to know. So thank you for giving this golden opportunity.
Democracy cannot be controlled. Democracy is not a gift. It is a responsibility, and we all should protect it. Good evening, everyone. I am Harshit, representing Lendi Institute of Engineering and Technology. And as everyone is representing about their perspectives about what's emergency and how emergency have occurred, and now I just wanted to discuss about what's the dark sides and how our India just rised upon those dark sides. And actually, those are one of the best lessons we have ever got, and those were the darkest phases of India. And during that time, press were silenced, media was silenced, people were blindfolded, and everyone was in confusion about what's happening in India, and nobody has an idea about what's actually happening, and everything was controlled, and even free to speech has been controlled, and even every article has been under control, and even the constitution was not that great at that time. And the writers of the constitution, Dr. Ambedkar, has focused upon law and justice, and during those times those two were provoked, and our government is mainly focused upon three pillars, and those three pillars are legislature, judiciary, and executive. And during those time the Indian youth has took a decision, and during this time democracy got wounded, but our Indian youth rise up and they've changed the government and showed the power of what's democracy and how they can know about what's democracy is, and how we can get to know about what's democracy and what are the actual lessons. And I thank JNTU for giving me this opportunity for explaining about this, and what is this youth parliament and how it would be beneficiary. As we have seen the latest riots which are being done by youth during Nepal, that Gen Z or Generation Z, which you guys call. And Gen Z aren't weak. Gen Z aren't distracted. Their minds are weak, and everyone knows. They have the best minds. They can adapt to any situations. They have adapted to Corona. They have adapted to replacing of their jobs with AI. But they have adapted to every situations, and they are the ones who are going to change the face of our nation. And with the help of Generation Z, we can get and excel our nation and make it compete with US in economy, China in manufacturing unit, and again US in military power. And by the end, or the main vision of 2047 is to make our country from changing from developing phase to developed phase. How can our country be changed from developing to developed phase? By changing the perspectives and the rules within the country, by giving chances to youth and making the parliament more better and more good. And the youth parliament session is the one of the best platforms to execute the talents and the hidden talents of everybody, to display and showcase their actions. And everybody has discussed about emergency is the darkest phases, and we need to get lessons. And that during that stages, silence was one of the most deadliest things, and it became a lethal weapon. And I wish that we wouldn't get that situations again, and we won't be tolerating those situations. We won't be silent this time. We won't be tolerant. We will start riots. We will start everything. We won't remain silent. And we as youth, we would never tolerate to the situations. And that Article 24 is not going down right now because it's neutralized because of the emergency acts during those dark phases. And we have got so many lessons, and it's one of the darkest phases upon duration of 21 months. And the government has changed to Bharatiya Janata Party then, or Janata Party. And then that situation where the actual democracy has won. And those are the best examples and the turning points of Indian democracy. And we get to know about what's constitution and how is constitution is implemented. And I wish that every student should look upon the preamble of constitution and get to know about what constitution is and how we can use constitution. And thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Respected dignitaries and honorable judges and my fellow youth, a very good afternoon to everyone. My name is G. Sriram, a first year BTech student of Electronic Communication Engineering from Centurion University of Technology and Management. Now, before diving deep into the topic, once just commemorate about how and why our Indian Constitution was made. Okay, it was not just drafted casually. It was shaped after many debates and disagreements and a deep reflections of the finest legal and most intellectual people of that era. Under the chairmanship of Dr. V.R. Ambedkar Rao, the Constitution Assembly worked for 3 years to design a framework that ensures liberty and protects the freedom and prevents the concentration of power. And that's how our constitution is made. And made our country a social, sovereign, secular, republic and democratic country. We all know that our constitution considers the freedom as the heartbeat of the democracy. But what if the heartbeat is stopped for sudden? What if the heartbeat is stopped for forcefully by using power? Okay, now I think you may all have got the idea about what I'm speaking. Yes, the darkest phase of our country, the emergency. On June 12, 1975, Indira Gandhi was accused and made guilty of making a malpractice in elections, and those elections were invalid. After this event, many protests were claimed, led by the opposition party Jayaprakash Narayan, and protested that our Prime Minister should resign. Leading to this, Under Article 352, our Prime Minister Indira Gandhi has declared national emergency, citing internal disturbances on June 25th, 1975. During this period, the fundamental rights were demolished. Media was censored, and the right to freedom was suspended. Yes, it was constitutional, but was it a democratic spirit? That was the question. Yes, supporters say that it brought a discipline, but a discipline imposed by fear and political power is not a democratic welfare, but it's a suppression. During the 21 months of the emergency, the fundamental rights were demolished and media was burnt under pressure. And thereafter, the 44th Amendment was created, which made once again the misuse of the political party were never repeated, and thus the democratic character itself. This was due to the institutions remained fearful. So that's why we have known that the institutions should remain fearless, and the citizens should be fragile, and the youth of the country should refuse to remain silent, and that's how our democracy remains. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Good afternoon to one and all. I am Vagdevi from Lendi Institute of Engineering and Technology. Today I stand before you to speak about 50 years of emergency, lessons of Indian democracy. You can say that democracy means choosing a desired leader, and you can say democracy means right to freedom, right to speak. But all these rights are available only for rich people. That's what I saw, that these rich people escape from injustices and they can hire lawyers and victims. Around 1 lakh of people were jailed. This is not my imagination. This is the period between the 1975 and 1977 under the leadership of Indira Gandhi, where the national emergency was held. So I would like to tell 3 takeaways from the national emergency incident. First thing is, democracy is fragile only when it was not protected. We can see that fundamental rights were suspended and freedom of speech of people were restricted. So this shows that democracy is strong only when people protect that. Second, the power must rely on within the people. It doesn't in the leaders or in the parties. Third, rights that never taken as granted. It should be taken as our responsibility as a youth citizens. So if we remember this, we can strengthen our generation. These rights should be defended by every generation. If we forgot these rights, and also if we forgot this period, we may risk repeating it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Maulika Singaraju. I am from 2nd BTech ECE from JNTU GV Vizianagaram. Our topic is 50 years of emergency, lessons for democracy. In Indian Constitution, there are 3 types of emergencies we have. The first one is national emergency. The second one is Parliament's rule, and third one is financial emergency. If you can talk, the government can't take as it is. It can impose emergency, like any emergencies. To impose national emergency in the country, there are certain rules it should follow. It should be any one of them. There are 3 major rules for it. The first one is when there is a war, if the government officially announces the war, then they can declare emergency. Second one is armed rebellion, which means if we have any internal disputes, then they can call the emergency. And third one is the external aggression. If the government feel if the government feel any threats for our country by some countries, they can call the emergency. Like how in India we have up to so far 3 emergencies have called. The first one is from 1962 to 1968. It happened when the Indo-China war had started, and second one is when the India-Pakistan war had happened, and third one is the 1971 to 1977. This is the India-Pakistan war has happened, and third one is the 1975 to 1977. This period we call the darkest phase of our country. The causes and consequences plays a major role whenever any incident happens to the country where people billions of people living here. In this emergency time, this emergency is called by our very own Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, not someone by the other states or other country. This is the time where people felt more pressure, or they have suffered like anything, because it is called by our own citizen of India. So next one is the financial emergency. Up to so far we don't have any financial emergencies has called. And third one is the Parliament's rule. It is also known as state emergency. Up to so far we have 100 plus state emergencies have been called, and many emergencies were in the Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, these states. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, one and all. My name is B. Tarun Kumar, studying BTech 3rd year in the Department of CSC at Centurion University, VIZIANAGARAM. Today I am here to speak about the topic 50 years of national emergency and the lesson for Indian democracy. Imagine when you wake up at early in the morning and all your rights, right to speak, right to freedom, and even right to live with your dignity has been taken away. This is not by the foreign power, but by your own government. This is what exactly happened 50 years ago. The India, world's largest democratic country, faced a darkest period from 1975 to 1977. India is put under the state of emergency under the Article 352 by the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, citing it as internal disturbances. India, known for world's largest democracy, but emergency reminded us that democracy is not about elections, it is about freedom, accountability, and the respect for the Constitution. During the emergency, the core of the Constitution, the fundamental rights were suspended, and the newspapers were censored. Students, youth, opposition leaders were sent to jail without a trials. People were afraid to speak. The power of the government became stronger than the power of the people. But today, the real question before this house is not what happened, but what we have learned. The fact that we are discussing still about the Indian democracy and the lessons for Indian democracy means it is telling something that something is going wrong. Today, if I question you, what is democracy? Many of us tell that democracy means choosing our leaders. But my dear friends, democracy is not just about choosing our leaders.
but something deeper than it. Okay, if democracy means choosing our leaders, tell me, when was the last time you choose a leader by not looking their caste, their religion, their region, and you casted without any family influences? You say democracy means questioning the government. When was the last time you questioned the government without the fear of your career, without the fear of your name, fame, and without the fear of any consequences? Please ask yourself, when was the last time you stood for all of these things? So the real question today is democracy dying suddenly, or it is gradually sleeping? Why do we become active only when the elections comes and they remain silent when the governance is happening? So today I would like to conclude that the biggest lesson for the emergency is democracy does not fail in one single day. It fails when the citizens stop questioning. It fails when the institutions becomes weak. It fails when the people choose silence over responsibility. As the youth of Viksit Bharat, it is our duty not only to vote, but to stay aware, to stay responsible, to stay fearless. Because democracy is not a gift for us, it is a system protected by us. Let us ensure the voice of the people, the voice of India, should never be silenced again. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all. Good afternoon, all the dignitaries, students, and all the jury members. I am Shravya, 3rd BTech CSC, JNTU GVCEV, Vizianagaram. Today I came forward to tell about 50 years of emergency and the lessons that we learn to get democracy. So starting with the history, emergency tested the very foundations of our republic, first of all. June 25, 1975, Honorable Prime Minister Indira Gandhi proposed or mentioned declared the emergency to India. So here the key points were: civil liberties were suspended, press freedom was restricted, political opposition leaders were detained, elections were postponed. Through these are the actually voices to the governance. These are the whatever the mention like civil liberties, press freedom, political opposition, elections. These were actually the voices of the people towards the government. But these were restricted. So they couldn't understand what people are expressing to the government. And the Honorable Prime Minister has even declared. So these are some disappointments to all the citizens in India. But for the first time, 1975, citizens experienced what it meant when democratic power became centralized and unchecked. So, history is not only meant to accuse, but to teach. And we need to learn from that. We should never forget the history, because history will always teach us and history always repeats. So, the first lesson that we need to learn from that is institutions matter more than individuals. Institutions I referred means election commissions, civil society, judiciary, media, and we students. We matter more than individuals and big personalities. Second lesson we need to learn: fundamental rights are not ornamental, they are essential. The right to speech, liberty, dissent are not obstacles to government. And the right to speech is not even a negative power that we tell to the leaders. They are not obstacles, but they are safeguards to tell power is not meant to misuse, but to use them. And the third lesson, citizens must remain vigilant, active, vibrant. Democracy is not self-sustaining. It requires voters like us, the voices that we raise against them. Our active participation is more important. And we youth should understand In 1975, democracy was tested. So, now we came to know how it got tested. Now, we youth, we also know how to protect it very well. I would like to question you one thing and answer itself. What if 1975 emergency was proposed now? What we can do? The answer is very simple. Everybody know that is technology. Technology can counter the emergency situations. As a CSE student, I use the technology power very well, and we also should. If emergency is proposed in the year 2026, we can answer like this. Civil liberties were suspended. We can question them by digital media, Twitter, and even mails. We have government official portals, e-courts. Supreme Court also has an official website where it declares the statements and witnesses in the website. We even can file the petitions or cases against the government through the online. If our voices were curbed, we can't talk. Then also we can speak through the posts and also through the government websites and also through the digital media that we have. We even have public grievances. From there we can report to the government and everybody can see. Transparency can be viewed very easily. We don't need to fight for that. We can sit in our homes and we can even rule the country using the technology. So we need to learn if emergency is in now, we can fight. There is no need of democracy or changes. Everything is done after the emergency was curbed. The articles, the constitution was changed. And now nobody is having a right to curb our voices, to depress us, to stop our ideas and thoughts. So thank you one and all. So follow all this if we were emergents in situations. Thank you. Thank you, jury members.
Good evening to the respected dignitaries and a big hi to my friends. My name is G. Harika, a second year civil engineering student from GMR Institute of Technology. So 50 years of democracy. We have been witnessed that many of our speakers have discussed about the phase called the emergency, which was introduced by our Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. In that everything like the opposing party was sent into the jails and all the fundamental rights were declared. But in the period of 21 months, the only thing has done is the constitution is just on the paper, but it is weakened. So what we have learned from that accountability without power is dangerous. So coming to democracy, India calls itself as the largest democracy. But is it real? It is really democratic. First of all, when it coming to political accountability, like we have just said that power without accountability is dangerous. Like it should be a non-negotiable. We are not just voting for the 5 years of tenure. We are voting for future. Next thing, when it comes to urban safety, we have been witnessing 31 cases a day. It means 31,000 cases per annum. It means 85 cases a day. Is this a society we have been living? Is this the political leaders we have been elected for our future? As a youth, it's our responsibility to participate in youth elections, youth parliament and many things. We have been witnessing this type of democracy. Like in the emergency, the democracy has shown what people can do. Like even though she is powerful, it doesn't matter. If you are democratic, for sure she gonna diss down her all powers. And moreover, youth plays the major role. As 65% of India is covered by youth, it means we have a right to raise our voice. If we witness any injustice to anyone, it's our right to say that what is wrong and what we can do. As a youth, we have a world fancies like at the age of 18 we can vote. So let's show power what a voter can do. Like even we think a vote can't change anything, but a single vote can change everything. When it coming to democracy, democracy does not just lie in the leaders. It just lies in the hands of the youth and the people. So it's our responsibility to make India more democratic, or just we want to face the emergency phase, and moreover that freedom without safety is nothing. So thank you for giving this opportunity.
A very good morning to one and all. My name is Vikas and I am from JMRIT. Today, I present you in front of you to speak about the topic 50 years of emergency and lessons for democracy. 50 years ago, on the night of June 25th, India faced the consequences of emergency. In a sudden chilling event, the fundamental rights of public were taken away. The opposition was forced in jail and the media was muted. This was the emergency. 21 months of period, which was held on the day in Indian history. As we make the 50th anniversary of this, we remember it as the Samvidhan Hatya Divas. Why this happened? It was not happened because of any internal war or any war. It was happened because of issue when Allahabad High Court invalidated the 1971 election. The Prime Minister Indira Gandhi declared the emergency in the name of internal disturbance. This was in Article 352. The consequences were devastating. Massive arrest. Over 10,000 people were arrested. People like Jayasankar Prasad, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and L.K. Advani. Misuse of power, silence media, which gives us many lessons. Lessons like democracy is fragile. It is not something which can run automatically. It is the thing which needed to be respected and protected. We should never consider that democracy is something can be happen. Second lesson, importance of media. Independent institutions. Media play a vital role in a country, nations, informing citizens and questioning the government. It gives us, if the media is controlled, the democracy of a country is in a risk and it can manipulate the people. Third lesson, importance of constitution. Our rights, like fundamental rights, right to speak, right to express, it is not something which can be given by the government. It is something we should not take it as granted. We should protect and respect it. However, there is a positive, inspiring story, such as in 1977, when the elections are conducted, the people of India shown courage and awareness and thrown the Congress, and Morarji Desai became the first non-Congress Prime Minister of India. Later that, the emergency to safeguard the democracy, the 44th Amendment in 1975 was passed. It was ensuring that Article 21, right to live, never be suspended again. And the internal disturbance is replaced by armed rebellion. Today, India is moving towards Viksit Bharat, which gives us a question: is that developed nation is not only about economic and technology. True development also means protecting democracy, values, and ensuring justice and maintaining freedom. In conclusion, emergency was a difficult chapter, but it gives us many lessons, such as people of India can change the government if people understand this simple thing, such as we should question government, we should question government and think it is not just a right, it's a patriotism to show that we care for the country and its future. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Hello everyone. A warm good afternoon to everyone, respected judges and everyone who present here. I am Dharani Kintali from currently pursuing BTech first year in GMR Institute of Technology. As we all know, what is democracy? Democracy is nothing but డెమోక్రసీ అంటే మనమంతా కూడా ఏమనుకున్నాం, ఆఫ్ ద పీపుల్, బై ద పీపుల్, ఫర్ ద పీపుల్. బట్ వాట్ హ్యాపెన్స్ ఇన్ ద ప్రెసెంట్ సొసైటీ? ఆఫ్ ద పీపుల్, లైక్ completely it changes. By the people means it changes to by, BUY by. Who the electors are, every elector who represent as a elector, he just give some money and he buy the vote to be a representative, and after he elected as a member, he just far from the people and he just say what and he just say that some policies, but he doesn't implement. Not according to the survey of India, many of the people of age group are 15 to 50. It means 15 to 50 is one of the young youngsters age group. So that every young youngster has to be create awareness in the people, create awareness so that everyone, if every youngster is responsible to create awareness in the society, then the Viksit Bharat will be successful. In my childhood, I listened one thing: India is developing country. Still now, I am listen the same thing: India is developing country. When it will develop? If every citizen of India has take responsibility to create awareness in each and every of the person, then India will change as a developed country. And one more thing is, we have to follow the LPG, liberty, privatization and globalization. And but already before the emergence period of 1975, we already faced as a independent India, Indians faced emergency 2 times. In 1962, when the Jawaharlal Nehru's time, and as well as 1971 Indira Gandhi's time. But why only 1975 emergency period only considered? Just look into the history of India. And finally, I would like to conclude that we have to bring awareness in complete society so that our India become a successfully, our Indians successfully said that India is a developed country in the year of 2047. Thank you.
Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, and all my dear friends, a pleasant good evening to everyone. Myself A. Chandani from JNTU GV, studying 2nd BTech ECE, going to speak on an important topic, 50 years for emergency and lessons of democracy. 1975 June 25th, it was declared as national emergency. Actually, emergency is 3 types kada, national, state and financial. State emergency is also known as President's rule. These 3 are based on Articles 352, 356 and 360. During the declaration of national emergency, it lasted up to 1977 March 21. This 21 months time period was the toughest times faced by people. National emergency, ఇది declare చేయడానికి main reason was internal disturbances అని చెప్పారు. But at that time జరిగిన situations అన్ని చూస్తే democracy యొక్క values చాలా ఎక్కువ ఇంపాక్ట్ అయిపోయి అని తెలిసింది. ఫండమెంటల్ రైట్స్ వర్ సస్పెండెడ్ అకార్డింగ్ టు ఆర్టికల్ 19. రైట్ టు ఫ్రీడమ్, మూవ్మెంట్, ఎక్స్ప్రెషన్ ఆల్ వర్ రెస్ట్రిక్టెడ్. ప్రెస్ సెన్సర్షిప్స్ వర్ ఇంపోజ్డ్ అండ్ ఆల్సో న్యూస్ పేపర్స్లో కూడా ఓన్లీ గవర్నమెంట్ అప్రూవ్ చేసిన న్యూస్ మాత్రమే పబ్లిష్ చేయాలి అని డిక్లేర్ అయ్యింది. అంత సిచ్యువేషన్ వచ్చింది. సో డిఫరెంట్ పొలిటికల్ లీడర్స్, స్టూడెంట్స్, యాక్టివిస్ట్స్ ఆల్ వర్ అరెస్టెడ్ వితౌట్ ద ట్రయల్. సో పీపుల్ స్టార్టెడ్ లివింగ్ ఇన్ ద ఫియర్. So Parliament, judiciary, media, all these were working under the pressure. అంటే చెయ్యకూడని పని కూడా వాళ్ళు చేయాల్సి వచ్చింది. సో ఈ పాయింట్ మనకి ఏం చెప్తుందంటే పవర్ అనేది ఓన్లీ వన్ ప్లేస్ దగ్గర కాన్సన్ట్రేట్ చేస్తే డెమోక్రసీ అనేది డేంజర్గా మారుతుంది. This not only became a dark chapter but also it strengthened the democracy and made it a turning point. We also learned few lessons from that. One of them is importance of constitutional safeguards. ఎమర్జెన్సీ పవర్ అనేది మిస్యూజ్ అవ్వకుండా ఉండాలి అంటే స్ట్రిక్ట్ రూల్స్ ఫాలో అవ్వాలని మనకు అర్థమైంది. సో అకార్డింగ్ టు 44th Constitutional Amendment Act, the term internal disturbances was replaced with armed rebellion to ensure that future emergency powers are not misused. Secondly, judiciary's responsibilities. జ్యుడిషియరీ ఎమర్జెన్సీ టైంలోని ప్రజల హక్కులను ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేయలేకపోయింది. సో దాట్ క్రియేటెడ్ ద క్రిటిసిజం. మనకేమర్థమైందంటే కోర్ట్స్ కూడా ఎక్స్టర్నల్ పవర్కి తగ్గకుండా కాన్స్టిట్యూషన్ని డిఫెండ్ చేయాలి అని. థర్డ్లీ, ఫ్రీ ప్రెస్ అండ్ ఇట్స్ ఇంపార్టెన్స్. ఫ్రీ ప్రెస్ లేని డెమోక్రసీ బ్లైండ్గా ఉంటుంది. ప్రెస్ సైలెంట్గా ఉండడం వల్ల ప్రజలు నిజాలు ఏంటి అని తెలుసుకోలేకపోయారు. సో మీడియా అనేది డెమోక్రసీకి ఒక 4th పిల్లర్. And also an important point is power of people. 1977లో జరిగిన జనరల్ ఎలక్షన్స్లో people voted without fear and peacefully. So they defeated the ruling party. So this tells us that the ultimate power is nowhere but within ourselves. ఇప్పుడు వచ్చి ఎమర్జెన్సీ జరిగింది మనకి 50 years అవుతుంది. మనకి ఏమర్థమైందంటే డెమోక్రసీ అనేది ఆటోమేటిక్గా సేఫ్గా ఉండదు. ఇట్ రిక్వైర్స్ aware citizens, independent institutions and also active participation. So democracy, it also gives us a warning that it not only democracy, it can become weaker if we neglect the rights and take the freedom light. But at the same time, it also gives us the hope that it can be become stronger if people are working with unity. సో కంక్లూజన్గా నేను ఏం చెప్తానంటే డెమోక్రసీ అనేది మనకి ఒక గిఫ్టే కాదు, రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ కూడా. అండ్ ప్రొటెక్టింగ్ దట్ డెమోక్రసీ ఈజ్ అవర్ డ్యూటీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
यह अर्पण की भूमि है, तर्पण की भूमि है, यह संघर्षण की भूमि है, समर्पण की भूमि है, ये जीवन की भूमि है, ये भारत की भूमि है, भारत की भूमि है. Good evening everyone. I am Shiv Manikanda, a proud My Bharat volunteer from Central Tribal University of Andhra Pradesh. Now I will start. On the midnight of June 25th, 1975, by the President of India, the proclamation of emergency under Article 352 has been came into force on the advice of Indira Gandhi, in which we have faced a lot of struggles, and later on Allahabad High Court taken a charge that the Indira Gandhi has done a malpractice in the general elections of 1971. In the next morning after the emergency, fourth estate got silenced, got muted. Next, the power to the newspaper channels were been corrupted and stopped. Later on, many of the opponent political parties and opponent political leaders were arrested without any prior intimation or without any reason, without any proper regulations as per the Act. Later on, fundamental rights were abandoned. Many of the fundamental rights has been stopped. Later on that, some of the people have been fought against the Indira Gandhi, they were been arrested. There is no any proper reason. Later on that, the political arrests were not the matter. It was the arrest that fear, that was the fear that entered the common hospitals, that was the fear that entered the common kitchen, that was the fear that entered the common schools, that was the fear that entered the censorship, and those censorship has been changed in newspapers into the political pamphlets, and the political pamphlets has been misused. Later on, 1977 general elections, the government people of India were been again participate in the general elections. The people of India, the people of Bharat used vote as their weapons, and they given strong counter to the Indira Gandhi party that the emergency, the act of emergency could not be implemented. It will be a strong negativity for the Indian people. Later on that, my dear ladies and gentlemen, ultimate authority of India does not lies in the power, it lies in the people. And also, this land, this Bharat Bhumi teaches us the power of people will be a prayer important in the nation development. And also, this land teaches us power is temporary, but the principles are permanent. Leaders may change, government may change, but our commitment towards the constitution should be one. Our commitment towards the constitution should be a prayer. And also, we all know that we, the young minds of this nation, are the key pillars of Viksit Bharat 2047. माननीय श्री प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का विजन विकसित भारत 2047. So we, the youth, the key change makers of this nation, should ask anything that we want, should question fearlessly, could strong and build Viksit Bharat. And also, at last, great nation aren't made by the handsome people. Great nation were made by the giving hands to the someone who are in need. And also, at last, हमारा भारत, हमारा भारत, हमारा भारत, सत्यमेव जयते.
All the participants, you wait for 5 to 10 minutes. The jury members will select 10 members, right? Maybe you have a tea. Let us have a tea at outside, right? We'll start. We will announce the top 10 members in the valedictory session. Okay.
finally, we are on to the ending actually. సో ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ క్లోజింగ్ రిమార్క్స్ ఇవ్వడానికి కారణం ఏంటంటే విజయనగరంలో నేను ఛార్జ్ తీసుకున్నాక ఫస్ట్ యూత్ పార్లమెంట్ అమ్మా ఇన్ ఆంధ్ర అవుట్ ఆఫ్ 13 డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ బికాస్ పాత డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్ మాత్రం చేస్తున్నాం. సో కుమార్ సార్ అండ్ టీమ్ అండ్ మన వైస్ చైర్మన్ గారు, వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ గారు అండ్ రిజిస్ట్రార్ గారు కూడా. సో దే హ్యావ్ బిన్ కంటిన్యూస్లీ ఫోకసింగ్ ఆన్ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్స్, హౌ ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ ఆన్, విఐపి ఎంగేజ్మెంట్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్. బికాస్ ఎందుకంటే ఒక ఈవెంట్ చేసాము అంటే చేయడం కాదు, బట్ టేకింగ్ ఇన్ టు పబ్లిక్ ఈజ్ ద బిగ్గెస్ట్ థింగ్ ఫర్ అస్ యాక్చువల్లీ. సో మీ ద్వారా ఇంకా చాలా మందికి ఇలాంటివి ఉన్నాయి అని తెలియడానికి కోసమే వీఆర్ యూజింగ్ దిస్ ప్లాట్ఫామ్. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ once again JNTU GV University management for hosting this youth parliament in a big manner. Thank you. And పొద్దున్న కూడా మీకు చెప్తున్నాం కదా, ఎంపీ గారు కూడా చాలా ఇంప్రెస్ అయ్యారు బికాస్ నేను ఇలాంటి ఈవెంట్లో ఎప్పుడు ఉండలేదు అని చెప్పారు. సో ఇట్స్ ద బిగ్గెస్ట్ థింగ్ ఫర్ అస్. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్, మణికుమార్ సార్ అండ్ టీమ్, ఎన్ఎస్ఎస్ టీమ్ టు కంప్లీట్ దిస్ థింగ్. అండ్ with this I would like to close this remarks actually. And out of 170 participants we are selecting 10 people as the best. Out of this 10 people 3 people will be going to state level. So అది కూడా చెప్తున్నాము. ఈ 10 ఎందుకు మేము సెలెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం అనే డౌట్ మీకు రావచ్చు. 10 ఎందుకు అంటే that first 3 people may have some engagement like exams ఉండొచ్చు, లేకపోతే వేరే అదర్ కమిట్మెంట్స్ ఉండొచ్చు. సో ఇఫ్ దోస్ పీపుల్ ఆర్ నాట్ విల్లింగ్ టు గో, అవుట్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ 10 సెషన్స్ వీ కెన్ సెలెక్ట్ 1 more person. సో బికాస్ స్టేట్ లెవెల్ వెళ్ళేటప్పుడు 3 participants will be going from here అనమాట. సో దిస్ ఈస్ ద క్రైటీరియా అండ్ ఐ విష్ ఆల్ ద బెస్ట్ యూ ఆల్. బికాజ్ అందరూ గెలవలేరు. నన్నే ఎగ్జామ్గా తీసుకుంటే నేను ఒక 1000 ఎగ్జామ్స్ రాస్తే 3 ఎగ్జామ్స్ మాత్రం పాస్ అయ్యాను. So I am a big failure than a successful person. So basically, so it's a starting of your career. There will be a fruits in future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable message. We are honored to invite our esteemed Vice Chancellor Sri Viksit Bharat garu to address the gathering.
Good evening. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, participants of the today's event, very good evening. At the outset, I congratulate all the participants who are participated in this event. Yes, you are all are winners only. I always feel proud. Yes, whenever an event is organizing in the university means whoever participates, that participation makes them to learn many things. Yes, when you are standing in front of the audience or when you are facing the audience in a classroom, it's not so easy. While you are delivering or while you are talking about a particular topic means it's not so easy. Yes, you all did it well. Yes, whoever, of course, there are no hard and fast rules for selection. Yes, judges, whatever they feel, yes, they will select. Okay, his body language is good, his intentions are good, his vision is good. They have certain parameters to judge you. Yes, basing on that, they have judged out of 78, they picked 10 candidates. Yes, but others you need not worry about the for not shortlisted. So yes, this is one platform. Like many platforms may come across you in our journey, but it is a memorable and wonderful experience to learn many things. And once again, I wish all the participants, wish you all the best. Definitely, you will have the bright future in future endeavors. But JNTU GV organizing this event means entire university administration is we are very happy to organize this kind of events. And morning I told you this university initiatives. Yes, we are always we are looking at the region of this Uttarandhra region people. The technology we need to take the technology to the common man. That is our motto. And more of things to be this kind of similar kind of things to be conducted in this region. Hope you all enjoyed here. If there are any lapses are there, yes, you give your feedback. Definitely, from next time onwards, while conducting this kind of events, we will take care of. Yes, yes, your feedback is very valuable. Once again, I thank you, each one of you. Thank you very much.
Now we move on to one of the most exciting moments of this event, the announcement of winners and distribution of the certificates.
First of all, I congratulate the winners. Now I'm going to announce top 10 members who have selected in the district level. And the first one is M. Sagarika, MVGR College. Is she there? Sagarika. If you are there, please come on to the dais. You can collect your certificate. Second, Tatikota Sweta, Vizionagaram district local girl from Vizionagaram district. Tatikota Sweta. Third one, Manapuram Rohit Kumar, Centurion University. Shravya, JNTU GV. Next, A. Vaibhav, MVGR College. K. Sivamanikanta, Central Tribal University. Venkata Hiran Mavi, Lendi College. Is this there? Okay. Vasanti Tamang, Lendi College. Ashok Teja Kati, JNTU GV. Yashwant Kandula, Lendi College. Okay. అమ్మా మీకు ఇక్కడ డ్రామా ప్లే చేశారు కదా, లోక్సభ డ్రామా ప్లే చేసిన ఎవరైనా ఉన్నారా? కొంచెం వాళ్ళందరూ రండి అమ్మా పైకి, అప్రిసియేషన్ సర్టిఫికేట్స్ తీసుకుందరు కానీ. For conducting this event, my final students, my final mechanical students have given a wonderful contribution to this event. So I ask all the final students of mechanical engineering to please come onto the dais and receive your appreciation certificates. రండి రండి మొత్తం రండి, ఫైనలిస్ట్ ఉంటుంది రండి. రా మనోహర్, రా రా మనోహర్, రా రా రా. రండి. So next one is I am very much thankful to our jury members. They spend their valuable time from throughout this day and have given and they do much analysis for declaring these top 10 students. I am very much thankful to all the jury members coming here. If we come onto the dais, Rajalakshmi Madam Garu, right? You take some. We will do some felicitation to you. I request Nagesh sir, come onto the dais. I request Divya madam to come onto the dais and take our felicitation. I request Ravi Kumar sir, please come on to the dais. Sir, please. So you take our felicitations, sir. You right? You have given my Bharat Kumar sir, Prem Bharat Kumar sir has given a continuous encouragement for conducting this event. Thank you, one and all. Actually, right.
Yeah. How many of you understood about the Vikasit Bharat 2047? I do not know. But you are the driving force to transform the India into Vikasit Bharat 2047. It is our nation is a developing nation. No, it should become transform into a developed country, developing country and developed country, and similarly self-reliant. The objective of the theme of this 2047 is self-reliant, means the country should not depend on any other countries. Similarly, you also, as a student, you also should come up as a self-learner. Then automatically you will become the self-reliant, self-learner, and inclusiveness. We all should go with together. That inclusiveness, yes, we have to brought into the system. Then only our system will become a developed system, or the goal of whatever the Vikasit Bharat prescribed will be fulfilled. But that is all depends on our young, on our shoulders of particularly young youth of you only. You should involve in all the. This is the platform. Now the present is the media is the platform to raise, to give the solutions to the problems, or views of you, innovations, and comments, feelings. Freely you can express it. Yet at least some of the feelings of some of the important solution will be government will take in, or government will consider those things. So now the media, the technology is freely available and accessible to each one of us, and you can explore the technology, and you give your valuable solutions to the problems. That's all. Thank you, one and all, for coming over here, for participating here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
సో ఈ యూనివర్సిటీకి వచ్చినప్పుడు నాకున్న ఒకే ఒక నోడల్ థింగ్ మణికుమార్ సార్. ఇంత బాగా జరిగిందంటే హీ హాస్ టేకిన్ దట్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ. నైట్ 11 గంటలకు కాల్ చేస్తారు, పొద్దున్న మళ్ళీ 6 గంటలకు చేస్తారు. సార్ ఏంటి సార్ ఎంపీ గారు వస్తున్నారా, నేను వీసీ గారికి చెప్పుకోవాలి, రిజిస్టర్ గారికి చెప్పుకోవాలి. సో హీ హాస్ గివెన్ హిస్ బ్లడ్. యాక్చువల్లీ ఆయన చాలా బిజీగా ఉన్నారు, బికాస్ ఆఫ్ హిస్ థీసిస్ సబ్మిషన్ చాలా బిజీగా ఉన్నారు. కానీ హీ హాస్ గివెన్ హిస్ అంటే బ్లడ్ ఇంకా పెట్టేశారు ఫర్ ది సక్సెస్ఫుల్ కంప్లీషన్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్. సో ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ రిజిస్టర్ మ్యామ్ అండ్ వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ గారు టు ఫెలిసిటేట్ హిమ్ ఆన్ బిహాఫ్ ఆఫ్ మై భారత్ సార్. యాక్చువల్లీ సో ప్లీజ్ సార్. నో 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 లేదు సార్, మీరు కష్టపడ్డారు సార్.
So let us close this session, but a formal vote of thanks. I am very much thankful to our university authorities, my professor, Viksit Bharat garu, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and Jaiswami Madam garu, Registrar of JNTU GB, for giving this wonderful opportunity to me to conduct this event at JNTU GB. Give them a big applause. All right. I am again thankful to my jury members. Right, they have given a valuable time from morning 9 a.m. to evening 7 p.m. I am very much thankful to all my jury members, and I am very much thankful to my students, mechanical final year students, third year students, and second year students. Right, they have given a wonderful job for conducting this event. Thank you one and all.
Let us end this event with national anthem. जनगण मन अधिनायक जय है भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मागे गाहे तव जय गाता जनगण मंगलदायक जय है भारत भाग्य विधाता जय है जय है जय है जय 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 है जय हिंद।